Hello, everybody. Welcome on back here to CCT-NA, and it's same me here with a new face alongside me. We got Vincent carrying forward throughout this lovely, what is it, Thursday today? I think it's Thursday. Yeah, that's the day. I'm excited to carry forward into some more North American action here as we look to kind of enter into a pretty exciting week in there and see how things are shaping up in NA so far.
Man, it's only the first real week into the new season, and you're already cooked, buddy. You already don't know what day it is.
I was never uncooked, I never thawed out.
That's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, it's been cold no matter where you're at, so
True.
hard to thaw out when it's been so chilly. I think we are thawing out, though. We got some hot matchups tonight. Regain up against Kraken, and then Aether going up against a Getting Info team that I know we will have opinions about. So I'm excited to get into that a little later on. Little silly stuff happening here in North America sometimes. But yeah, I think this is going to be fun just because you got actually a cool story with Kraken that we'll get into a little bit later, and a Regain team that I think is, not just because of their name, but really trying to regain their footing after some difficult times towards the end of last season.
See what you did there. Yeah, I mean, definitely looking to build back into this new year here, looking strong. And I've been, so far impressed with the sort of teams that have come through into the Swiss stage already and have kind of ushered in a new kind of era, I would say, of what we're getting out of these teams and out of these players. So my expectation is, whenever I see a couple of players that are maybe unfamiliar to me, I'm pretty excited that these teams that have stepped up and these advanced rosters that are being brought to the table are going to carry forward a lot of momentum, that are going to bring those expectations, because so far we have seen that advancing be just a huge talent pool of up and coming players, and I'm expecting that to continue.
Well, and with a bunch of those up-and-coming players getting an opportunity to take a further step up into ECL this season, whatever the circumstance, I think that's huge opportunities that were available. And this is a team that was kind of mixing it up right there in relegation. They certainly had a chance to. Unfortunately, last season they were towards the end under the banner of Detonate, but then swapping back over to the Regain roster when they parted ways. It's Sasha, Zukar, and Halen. Dirk, I think, brought in after Raytix got picked up by Lag, and Fuzinko, who I actually have no knowledge of, no information, is a brand new face, both for this roster, from my understanding, and for me as a caster, hadn't got the opportunity. But I think that even despite the fact that they kind of got pieced up a little bit here, lost their AWP in Poseidon, and then Ray, who was playing phenomenally, I think really helped to power them up. Dude, Zukar is still a stud. He's still fantastic. And Sasha have been playing together for a long, long time. I think they even made their way through main together and have continued to play for seasons now in advance. So I think that this Regain team can definitely show up. And in this Swiss stage, there's plenty of opportunities for them. I think that their peak could absolutely be for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an interesting story. Obviously, as you kind of highlighted there, this is kind of a roster that's in a building territory here. They're trying to set the foundation. They're trying to set the tone here for how this team works for the future, which I kind of want to see them be able to bounce back off the back of so many different changes and since the last CCT to this one where they missed out on playoffs. So definitely interested to see what they can bring to the table. On the other side of things, though, we can kind of focus in, zoom in on Kraken and what they're bringing to the table. Again, this is a roster that's looking to prove themselves. I think definitely an era that has a lot of opportunities to do so, and starting off in this kind of playoff situation or Swiss stage situation, being able to build some steam up against a core of a roster that's kind of shaken up is a great opportunity to set an early start for them.
Yeah, and a roster that I think deserves a lot of credit, right? A trio of Zoker, Tanner, and Shirex that have done what I think is relatively difficult, right? And I'm not, it's not like these guys had no experience, but from, the last 3 to 4 seasons, they made their way from open to main, placed second in main, and then have been in advance. That's impressive. So, and they've been relatively together as 3 there throughout that move. So I think that it's cool to see them. Zoker's a guy I've gotten the privilege to watch, you know, in the collegiate space on GMU as well. Know what he can offer, and I'm excited to kind of see what the core of this team, adding two players who are also pretty experienced, even if a while back, in Juice and Sauce. I think this is going to be fun to see.
Yeah, I'm excited, and oftentimes those stories of making a very rapid rise throughout the ESTA leagues kind of leads to teams dismantling, but it's good to see that they're sticking together and still being able to rise in the rankings there as well. So, exciting stories here. You know what else is exciting? It's train in the map pool. I think a lot of people have been very pleased with some of the matchups. I've been watching some of the games in Blast, and it's been very fun to get some opportunities, and whenever it's not banned first, I get a little bit excited that maybe we'll see it not banned second as well. Ooh. Anyone gonna go for a pick here? Is anyone feeling courageous? Because I'm a little worried about that second phase ban. Not quite. Inferno and Mirage coming up out of the gates there, so nothing super interesting just yet. And yeah, that's as I expected. Train banned in the second phase. We're not gonna see it just yet here in North America, but I think it's going to come soon there. For now, though, Anubis to close as a classic for us NA guys, and we'll see the Inferno, Mirage, and Anubis show here.
You know, I know it doesn't necessarily take, you know, that big of an impact on that veto, but I do think the fact that it's Vertigo out and Train in makes it so easy just to ban
it. Because everyone was banning Vertigo in the second phase anyways.
Yeah, and to be fair, the change made just over a week and a half ago, right? Like officially, at least for the ESEA season. So I don't know. I get it, but a little fun. Yeah, I've been hanging out in South America here the last couple of days. No dice over there either. So I guess we stay similar. I do know that Regain has historically been a really strong Inferno team, and the fact that their core was good on it last season, that they're able to bring that back in here. I think that's a very nice sign for them. Mirage, I looked at kind of what Kraken has been willing to play in their advanced season. You know, they've grabbed a couple wins actually in the first week of play, which is cool. But you know, Mirage is one that they're certainly not afraid of. That they certainly are willing to take. I do feel like though that this sets it up to be Regain in the driver's seat. That's kind of the way I walk away from this veto.
Yeah. I mean, understandable there. And again, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, how Regain are able to build back. I mean, obviously, I think losing that amount of players in your core and kind of getting shaken up, it does test your map pool there. It tests, you know, that you have that foundation, and then now you have to bring that level into, you know, this important game out of the gates. But obviously, some time to build up, and with that little like breather there, and with the without the officials that have been taking place here, you know, with the player break, it does give you time to at least build into it. So it'll be a good kind of litmus test as to whether or not this roster has been able to put a lot of work in that off season, is if they can come in out of the gate succeeding.
Yeah, and listen, as much as I think I build a bit of a story there where I'm just a little bit more familiar with Regain, and I know what they can do. I've seen them take these games against teams that are respectfully, I think, a little bit higher, at least in the ranking wise, that if you were to do some power rankings than Kraken is currently. That being said, I do want to reiterate, Kraken, they were in Maine in season 48 and they placed second, and last season they were top 16 in advanced, right? They second out of the regular season. Like that is an impressive move from just a couple of seasons. That doesn't happen all that often, and that's considering that we've actually thinned the herd quite a bit for some of those less than stellar, like lower tier advanced teams. Those are no longer there. So I think that as much as I come into this kind of looking to see what it is to prove, I think that Kraken have already kind of showed that they are a team that is built to keep stepping up, and now they just got to keep stepping.
Yeah, that's what they're looking to do here. As we continue to look forward to this matchup and weigh things down the line, we do have a bit of a technical delay there to start things off, so we're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we do come back, we should be hopping in to our first map, guys. Stay with us, and we'll be right back.
just wanted to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Well, PC issue never hurt nobody. Hopefully. Looks like we got it all resolved, though, at this point. As we jump into the action, we got Regain. Starting out actually on the T side. The CT side for Kraken, who I think coming out here to prove something, getting an opportunity to show up in a tournament like CCT is pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, well, we'll get the action early. Sauce Boy on the fadeaway there alongside Zoker holding down the mid side. Taking some headshots there on the fadeaway, but still being able to stay alive here and look to defend this bomb site. Need a lot more though, these kills eventually flowing through for the T's. The site is gained, and now Sasha needs to lock down a 1v2 to keep regaining winning ways. Not going to happen though. Shut it down quickly from Juice Boy and the two boys there, and Juice Boy and Sauce Boy are the ones doing the heavy lifting there with a couple of kills apiece.
Yeah, the fadeaway actually from Sauce to start that whole thing out was very nice. He comes back in to grab another one before going down. Escape not so easy, but sets Kraken up very nicely to have a little advantage. Gives Zoker some opportunities to pop a couple of heads as they run in through the apartments as well. Regain bomb plant, though, means that they are looking to continue. Put up some pressure. 3 MAC-10s.
Would you say that Sauce Boy is a good name? With what he just did there on the fadeaway.
I'd agree, yeah.
Was it saucy?
Quite saucy.
It had a little bit of sauce to it, that's for sure.
Now, what kind of sauce? I think we'll find out over the course of this game.
We'll continue to investigate. Right there, that's a nice opening duel. That's going to really disrupt this defense already inside of pit with the multiple players. This, I mean, a little out of control there. And Sauce Boy, well, he's been burnt. And 3v5 on the A side is not all that enticing for Kraken, so might have to call this one quits.
It really all starts with a misstep from Shirax, who is just a little bit too far forward, kind of committing to holding a nade out on the angle instead of jiggling it. And Haley gets the information, sees his elbow, and is able to creep up without being seen himself. That's what breaks open the A-bomb site. Kraken really didn't have too much in the form of defense, otherwise just Sauce, who was stuck on lane, so on port side rather. So we're getting a nice second round force-up where Regain come away successful.
That one looked very easy. As you said, I mean, that kind of miscue, that error that's being made, and then it costing your life, and the setup that they were in particular. Like, that's the biggest deal, right? If you're going to go that heavy on the B side early on, you got to either A, make sure that you can get rotated back in time so that you can offer up a more cohesive defense, or B, you just can't lose players early on A, because that's going to really foil the game plan. And with both of those taking place, with the kind of delayed rotations and the early deaths, it's going to be really hard to hold. Make that round kind of a quick wash and then kind of nullify the pistol results there, except for the fact that there's still some decent buys coming through. And you know, they with the saved guns have plenty of money to go around still.
Yeah, I think they lost both of the ones they lost were SMGs, so there's that. That's certainly helpful when you're talking about getting a rebuys in here. And just as Regain we're looking at last round, pretty similar when it comes to the firepower, considering there's just a couple of rifles on Regain side as well. Unfortunately, got a DC here. I got teleported back to South America.
I got a DC too.
Oh yeah? You disconnected? You still talking though? Still yapping.
Liquid gold. More accurately, 60's favorite drink.
The Diet Coke.
I actually think he's turned into a Coke Zero man himself, and I think
He's joined the resistance.
Is that what happens when all of a sudden you get the complexity bag? You know, you start getting fancy on us.
Hey, I don't think it's fancy. It's just stripping DC down a little bit, and that's a Coke Zero.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that
like,
I'm basically an expert as a Atlanta native.
you are an expert, and to be fair, I love Atlanta for the fact that they love their Diet Coke. They love their Coke products in general. As someone who's from the Northeast, we have quite the opposite, and there's like people that enjoy Pepsi, and I think that's unfortunate.
It's a tough decision for them. I respect it, but it's sad.
I don't respect it. It's disappointing for me, you know?
I agree. I'm fully on board.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page there. You know, I knew I liked you, Vincent. I just didn't know why, and it finally makes sense now.
It's taken how many years? You finally figured it out? You've just been working on it. I just try to put my finger on it.
He's got some guts, you know, he's a good kid. Just can't figure out, you know what? You remind me of myself. You know, that's what it is. Both of us like Coke. That's my one quality.
It's like if we both like Coke, you can get on with anybody.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've waffled enough that at least I was way back in the server. That's a W. And
just
there
long
we
enough.
go. Yeah, nicely done. See if Kraken can bring this back. Not the worst case scenario, no. It's normally sort of a devastating defeat. You win the pistol round as the CT side and then lose against the Force. But the fact they get the 3 saves makes this a whole lot more of a possibility.
Yeah, that is definitely good news for them here. They needed to get back on track, though, and make do with the weaponry that they bring to the table. See if they can put up more of a structured hold here at the moment on the CT side. So far, regain. Gonna test the B side here. They've only got a single lurking player sticking with this kind of 4-1 setup. And the sort of aggression here and the decisiveness from Regain is what won them that second round very quickly.
Yeah, you'll see Halen sort of left on his lonesome. Not all the time, but pretty often. Whenever Regain are looking to go for more of this banana control that they are this round. And they made their way up pretty much untouched as well. I think that's the other key. They've used their utility effectively to gain this space. Now they're popping through the smoke into Tanner, who gets his one. They're just going to route through the smoke. No, Zoker catches one on the outside, one on the inside of that smoke as Sasha trades. Now Halen has to be the hero because Sasha's at 32 health. He'll at least punch the numbers in.
Give them something to lean on here, that's for sure. Time's ticking up against him, and the flank is rolling on out. Puts this round on a clock here, potentially. How much can Halen find on this flank? Catches him, but the util is out in the air. Still huddled in the back of the site. Sasha needs to deliver something and a lot of damage done. The two boys left in the clutch, looking to close it down here as Halen chases down the first kill, not sticking that defuse as well. Juice Boy's just going to be running out of time here. There's no kit, so Halen knows the round in the palm of their hands. And Juice Boy will hit the deck at the end of it. 1v2 clutch, and that hero late lurk ends up being the thorn in their side.
I mean, there it is. Put a lot of pressure on Halen's shoulders when he's got a whole entire side of the map to hold, to handle. But he comes back in to provide the victory at the end. Massive patience from him as he gets it done. The lack of a kit definitely hurting. I think Kraken had the ability to maybe toss the fake defuse in there, or maybe even have one of those guys stick it. But without a kit, that's just really no opportunity.
Absolutely. And well, I mean, the kind of hopefulness of this CT side to get off early was eliminated pretty quickly when they lose the massively saved rifled round there that they had in store. So straight on to eco territory. We'll see if they can bring anything cohesive. So far, great openings. I thought that Molly was going to cover Juice Boy, but he's sitting pretty in the back of the site for at least a kill with that USB, and We'll see if there's any extra exits here for Kraken to work off of.
Seeming unlikely. Halen's doing some due diligence down here. But Zoker, he's got the info, got the knowledge, and got the headshot too. That's an AK claimed. Zoker's going to be loving that. A nice addition to get Kraken, not necessarily back into the game, but can definitely put a whole lot behind that AK-47. We're not going to worry about getting too much out. Just going to try and defend that AK. Southboy and Charvex making sure that if Regain were to be hunting, that they wouldn't be so successful. 3-1 still for Regain. And calling it a strong recovery would be a bit of an understatement, honestly. They lose the pistol, and they bounce back immediately.
Had a big way, making a little bit of a splash here in the scary waters. This Kraken team. Gain, one stepping up to the plate so far. Again, decisive as can be in terms of where they set up the early positioning at the moment. I mean, just straight in towards apartments. They want that control. They're going to take it with numbers and force. And the way that this T side kind of sets that tone is scary. It's tough to deal with if you're Kraken. We'll see what the reaction is now that they have these weapons back out.
A lot of clear indication for Regain from this early round. Just want to test the waters a little bit, see what those adjustments might look like for Kraken. And honestly, I don't see a whole ton. Aelin's been given the same leeway that he's had in previous rounds up towards the apartment side, and it's mid-presence that will continue. Zoker's got an off angle. Here's that AK, but he's spotted through the edge of the smoke and off the side of the pillar. Sasha gets them both. So a double entry as make it 3 for Sasha. Zukar's got his, and the B site falls 2, with the exception of Juice Boy, but now he's alone versus everyone on Regain.
And I feel like at this point he's going to have to defend the B site. As the hunt comes through, he's still going to have to do his job and steady himself. The chase is in. I think maybe some shoulder spotted. They certainly look honed in on his location now. Back of coffins. A lot of targets heading his way. See what he can do to defend it here as the chase is in here. Nice lineup on the double. Down low and steps forward trying to help out even further, but just a sheer numbers game and an overwhelming amount of presence chases him down. Get rid of that CT molly. No one wants that. Just lovely double entry coming through out of the gates.
Not even sure what like Sasha got visually, information-wise, but certainly got it. Looks beautiful, and he does his job, right? 2 kills there to open up A was enough. He gets the third to... Absolutely incredible. This will be not live, presumably. So we got Zukart dead on the ground in spawn.
Yesterday I had a round play without a bomb.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've like ever seen that happen.
This is the first time I've seen it. It's the first time I've seen it in a long time, but never as a caster I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I know it's.
Take
I
place.
know it used to be a thing. There used to be like a couple of times actually in Counter-Strike history. There was a glitch like that.
It's been a while.
but-
It's been a while since I've seen it, and you know, it's fun. I was sitting there casting, and I was like, okay, so are we just trolling? Why are we not planting? It was who was it? It was Might. They were just stampeding their way through lower, had the bomb site for forever, and I'm just like watching it from the POV of MOTM, who's lurking in upper, in lobby, and with full control of the bomb site, they're not planting, and I'm like, okay, like, are we seriously doing this? That's what I was thinking in my mind, but then I looked at the map and I was like, why are they not planting? Because I was concerned that they were gonna lose the round because of it.
Right.
They were gonna like troll or something, and then I realized that no one had the bomb.
Bomb was off on break.
They're taking I mean, they deserve some time off too.
Yeah. Gotta get your 15 in there.
Mandatory. Labor laws suggest Actually, they don't suggest, they mandate.
Yeah.
You know, those aren't suggestions. You gotta take those seriously.
I do wonder, as is the bomb also like considered a professional gamer? Like, is the bomb part of the team? You know how like there's the 12th man in football, like the crowd.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah, I mean, definitely a part of the team. It's like one of the most important aspects. They say that about the crowd. I don't believe it, but you know.
You ain't ever been in the dome.
Which dome? Just the dome?
Well, that's what they used to call. That's what the old stadium the
Falcons.
Falcons played in was called. Got
I've
imploded.
been outside the bins arena.
Yeah, it was before the bins. Before the bins existed, it was the dome.
I like the bins.
Yeah,
Bins look sweet.
it is a nice place. No, but actually, the Superdome is what I was referring to.
Oh,
That's
okay.
in Louisiana.
Yeah. That's where they're doing the Super Bowl there this year, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. Down in New Orleans. I made someone really angry, I'm sure. I've said that wrong.
What'd you say?
Don't worry about it.
It's nice of you. At least you won't make him angry twice.
Yeah, exactly. I just like to think about the people. The good people in chat. I do wonder, I should see if we could find out. I don't know much of anything about Fuzinko. And I feel like it's been, a couple of teams that have been able to kind of bring in players that, again, to me, somewhat unknown, and that's not that surprising.
Yeah.
But over the last season or two, a lot of those unknowns have become like very quickly very strong, and
Absolutely.
that's why I get excited when I see that, especially because I know, knowing the core there, especially like Sasha and Zukar, they got their ears to the ground. They do a lot of
Talent scouting.
I don't know if that's like what they would describe it as, but
Okay.
I don't know. They seem to find good players.
Yeah. I mean, I was interested. Yesterday I was casting Ultra Iron, and they were just like, I mean, they were obviously playing really good. They managed to pull like a 10-2 comeback on Mythic, which I don't know what's going on with Mythic. They just seem like they
That's still
completely mentally
Talon and
collapsed.
Misha.
Yeah, but then they played with a guy named Flo, who I played on LAN with in
Floji?
Philly. What's that?
Floji?
No, just Flo. He played in main last season, midway through the main season, ended up joining Ultra Iron Club. They turned a 3-7 advanced season into making advanced playoffs, where they then made second place, the finals, yeah. Where they got into the finals and did end up losing there, but still made it that deep of a run. And they played with a main IGL that I had played LAN with like a couple of months ago.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that Ultra Iron run was actually insane to watch. Like, such a cool story. Them and one in Goons too made it deep, if I recall. I'm not gonna say like out of nowhere. Those guys, have experience, but I think expectation-wise, out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, that's just kind of a testament. I think that, like I said, there's kind of a new era of like an ACS player, I think, getting ushered in as of recent here in the last couple of months, maybe over last year as well. We're just seeing a lot of talent rise out of the scene. And every time I see a new player, I'm just intrigued to see how they're able to step up and do here with like more experienced players. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
We got back into this thing. Eco round, to be fair, for the vast majority of Kraken. It doesn't look like they're gonna get too much done out of this Juice Boy. V9 jump, unfortunately, I think that failed him there. Can we say misclick? I don't know if it was. But
Say it. Fortunately, they gave us the microphone. We could say whatever, and as long as we say it confidently. Everyone will believe us.
That's a dangerous game to play, Cole. You know.
Maybe quickly then, in that case.
Yeah.
Say it quickly and move on. Although I think a quick end to this round. Zukar can't stay in the server.
You know, the crazy thing about that is obviously like Sauceboy had that DC, and then we were waiting to get started. I think it was Halen who was having PC issues.
Yeah.
And now it's been Zukar a couple of times here. Nobody can escape PC issues, it seems.
That is the one thing that can't be escaped, it feels like. But, I feel like this one might be sending this one off to a quick break. And once we come back here, hopefully we'll be able to stabilize. We'll get everyone locked into the server, and we'll see if we can carry forward on these rounds. Guys, we'll be right back. Stay with us. We're so back. We're so back in this action here once again. Ready to carry forward where we left off. It seems like we got everything sorted out. Hopefully long-term sorted out. We hop back into the action, 1-5, right back into the gun rounds if you remember, and Regain have taken full control of this matchup. We got a totem pole on Banana. There's 2 entries. There's the bomb site. They smoke CT, and they're just going full speed ahead. They hear those rotations in Speedway, so a very smart chase down, and this might already be over. It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, they've given it up, Kraken have. And for good reason. You lose the entirety of the B bomb site. There's not just 1, but 2 more smokes, actually, for Regain to cycle through onto CT. And, well, I thought Zoker might not get away with the op, but he's adjusted fast enough. I feel like Regain at this point, they haven't been tested. Everything that they have tried has worked out brilliantly. There's just no adjustment yet from Kraken, though you know, where credit is due, they have given that a try. They've been more aggressive on Banana. They've tried to play more passive at times, but none of that's really worked out in their favor. This is the sad reality.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It is interesting. Things just really flowing in favor of Regain, as you said. I mean, if they want map control, they'll take it, and there's not a lot of resistance that they meet to fight against it at the moment. They just are able to run it down if they need to and completely dominate the map control. They get the opening picks as soon as they are in the vicinity of the CTs, so I mean, something's got to change in that department here pretty quickly. Here's some aggression though, rolling through. Oh my goodness, it looked fully running and gunning right there for the headshot. The MAC-10 is the perfect weapon to punish the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, and that sucks too when you don't have the head armor. That wouldn't have been a big deal, but as we've been seeing, money can be tight even with 3 saves. It's just not getting any better for Kraken at this point in the game. 5-on-4 favoring Regain.
The pain train start. Now they slow things down a little bit, which is interesting to see here. I haven't seen them be forced to really slow it down at all. And now finally springing into action, diving out of the apartment side in that MAC-10. Just that run and gun, that high mobility coming through from Helen. Just gonna take full control and, I mean, it's right back to safe territory. No other options, really.
Yeah, this is where Inferno can go from a map that you actually have a lot of options as the CT side. You get to define a whole lot, and it can go from feeling that way to feeling the exact opposite when this is how things are going for Kraken. It's like you're punished for trying to take space. You're punished for giving space. There's nothing that you can do. You're losing fights. It just all builds on top of one another. And unfortunately, that's what's happening now. It looks like maybe nobody even going to get out. Tanner's got a lot to do. He'll get 2 of them. Got to pull the USP out, and Sasha will run him down eventually there. Even grabs the AWP, though. Money just fine. Dirk's on 15K.
It's not going to concern him at all. I mean, maybe the pistol round here, we saw the efficiency, the effect that, you know, some of the firepower has on this roster, but outside of that, that's been just about it here. We haven't seen much resistance being met at all for this T side to take control. And as you highlighted, when it feels like every option that you head into, that next step, okay, this is the adaptation that we do to the play style that our opponents are working with, gets punished. It does feel like your back's against the wall. But that's the sort of game that Regain's bringing to the table right now. And as we said, they got a lot to prove here. Building into this roster, it's more opening success taking place there. This time towards apartments once again, and into the B site, they've got that site as well. So both sides of the map getting cracked open. We'll see if they can recover here with that quick rotation in through coffins. But again, ground already gained here, and we're just going to be punched in off the back of it.
Good decision out of Sasha, who is all the way up in tree. Just falls back, groups up with his team. They've got utility, tons of it actually Regained. They can let this handle business. Chirax actually dunked from downtown. He's got the nade kill. That's his first. And he and Juice Boy now have a 2v2 to get rolling. Smoke to go towards the bomb. I think it might have gone a little too far either way. Double up from Dark to Zinko and Sasha, but the both of them win their ones and allow Regain to continue forward in the same fashion that they have been doing.
Just looks pretty comfortable here, pretty easy for this T side of Regain. Falling to any resistance at the moment.
I do feel like we haven't seen, like, I don't think we've seen even an attempt at a full banana take on the CT side, though. Feels like they're so scared.
At this point, I can't blame them. They're still trying to brute force their way down middle, though, and it's just not working. I mean, we saw a little bit of banana aggression when we had the 3 players there very early in this half, I believe in the second round, but that got punished just as quick as this did. And then we saw what happened. It just, again, it does feel like one of those games here where nothing's working on Inferno.
Well, if Regain end up actually heading towards the B side, this is where the majority of the CT side of defense is located. They're going to pop through the smoke. Flashbangs can double up at first. Nobody checking initially, but Sasha turns fast enough. He'll set Juice Boy up, at least for one. But they're going over the top, and Buzinko tosses a no-scope into the mix. But Zoker's got a real chance at this, Cole.
Yeah, low HP bars abound here. Chance and opportunity to create some chaos, met by another smoke here on the initial hurdle. That's not going to do him any favors. Gonna walk through it, though. That seems to be the game plan here. A little bit of caution, a little bit of preparedness. But he's loud and proud about his position and gets caught with a sideline. That AWP that steps forward with some confidence. And it's exactly what Regain are playing with right now, being able to dominate the conversation in every facet of this map.
You know, they might be playing with confidence, certainly are, but I also think that they aren't letting that confidence get to their head. A lot of the mistakes that will usually create aren't actually happening. You know, we're seeing very, very forward decisions, sure, but when it gets down to the wire in that round, we saw it where Sasha was kind of falling back, playing the post plan as you would have hoped, and the crossfire at the end of that last round, ensuring that Zoker has very limited chances despite the low HP bars. Regain not letting that confidence get to their head.
Yeah, reining in their like overextensions just when the moment's necessary. And there you can have op entry coming through there. Something traded back though, at least to lean on here. 1-for-1 action early on. Again, you know, very cohesive map control being taken by this T side. But banana control kind of in their favor, kind of maintained here at the moment. So see what that can end towards. So right now it seems like the end goal towards A puts a lot of pressure on just one man. An MP9 at the moment. Gonna have a rifle joining forces, but that flash well timed, jumping out and with a quick motion. A crossfire assembled, AK recovered, a chance to work in the pit. But the trades come through eventually. And Regain hold on to that bomb site here. Numbers punched in on that A side, and again post plan. What is that? Tanner snapped out of the round by a stray. Juice Boy stepping forward through the smoke. That's not gonna work, and Regain can do no wrong.
Actually unlucky. Actually unlucky there, man.
I mean, listen, I want to give just any semblance of like sanity to that. Did he hear him run through library and he's just like, well, let's try that? Or was that just a chance shot?
I don't know if he even heard him.
You just think, yeah, you just sent it one down range there. Why not? I mean, what do you have to lose?
That's where you expect somebody to be anyway. Well,
yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why Kraken are struggling when you see that sort of firepower in the server. That's what you're up against here. And that's his, you know, 4th kill, so nothing super flashy.
I mean, that's his 4th kill, 3rd in that round.
Yeah, so, you know, a sleeping giant, it seems here, that they had to deal with. We're talking mythical creatures.
I think Kraken gonna have to just chalk this one up at this point. See if they can grab a second round, but even that is not starting off well. I mean, I think Halen bested in this like apartments fight generally maybe one time, and even in that one time, I think he got one. So he'll get his one. And he'll go down this time.
Not a little knife action here. Trade utility out there. Great molly into another kill. That's a massive overperformance there considering Soaker's position. It looked like a one and done for sure. So some grace here for Kraken.
This is complicated. The bomb is on Dirk's back. So he can't just hold off rotations like he would love to with this AWP. He's got to be part of the solution.
Wow.
Honestly, surprised to see that one miss after the way Dirk's been hitting.
Yeah, me too. Very difficult clutch. That might end it. Bop! Right on the money, Sauce Boy. With a little bit of sauce. He's a good opener and closer of this half here.
Yeah, it's too bad. Too bad it ain't much in between.
Not a lot of between, yeah.
You know, it's kind of like a sandwich with two pieces of bread, and that's it. And then I think, unfortunately, that leaves him looking like a bunch of buns.
A bottom bun, you know, and to be fair to him, the buns are an important part of the sandwich. You know,
They are.
I'm gluten friendly, me. So
Same here.
so the buns, they matter.
You might call me a gluten enjoyer.
And they're gonna walk right into the stack, aren't they? At least they have utility to break apart that stack here. It's not gonna matter though. The duo holding off this arch side is collapsing in on them, and one shot through the smoke does them even better here as the rotations get involved. Low HP for remaining, and straight in towards the B side. This isn't a bad route here to run in towards the B side. They'll have that to open up an opportunity.
Halen's
Clutch
moving
here.
fast though. He's getting there quick. Does he just take this space? Yes, he does. That's timing insanity. And
Oh.
Chirax actually saw him. Halen did not. And now Sasha, who's armorless, has got a USP against the now dualies for Chirax and a couple flashbangs. Not a lot of time left either.
Running low on time here. They might be the pistol king here in this map so far. I'm being stuck. I mean, this is done deal though. Stepping forward for the finishing blow, and Kraken will convert onto both of those pistols. A nice 1v3 clutch to step up to the plate for. Considering how this started, you'll take a victory any day of the week. I mean, Regain had all the control in this round.
Yeah, should have been able to close it. Good positioning. I mean, this as well. Like, honestly, hard to even call anything there a misstep on the Regain side. Shark's just able to connect it up. Halen in such a good position, wanted to take advantage, but ultimately gives up the 1v1. It's still double digits on the other side of that. And Regain, considering how much of a early lead they got in this game, they're just going to hang on to that, go for a save.
Flash timing right there. Good idea on the game plan. Doesn't give them a lot in terms of kills there up against the AKs, but certainly could have. Firepower here reigns true for Kraken, and we get to see them fight on here throughout this half. And maybe they just need to get onto T side before they really activate. We're not even seeing that much initiation on this buy here. Kind of a double eco situation here. I mean, full eco in the last, then MP9's into the mix. When I see this, it makes me think, okay, we're really prioritizing having an op, and that's playing effectively with their lead as well. Because MP9s are good.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you also get, a much better MP9 by this round than you would last round. That being said, those MP9s haven't really not all that much. A lot of damage. Zukar and Sasha are able to put together onto Tanner, but he still lives. 7 HP.
Walking into some 5-7s can be deadly, but stepping forward with no success there. The wrap already formulating. It's going to create a lot of discomfort on this CT side. Low HP for a couple of these individuals, though. That MP9 and a team kill. But that's about it. Nothing super crazy taking place here. Just a couple of kills on the way out, and Kraken again going to carry forward this comeback effort.
Yeah, it's always important to remember that, as dominant as 10-2 is, you can start out strong, and you do have some wiggle room. It's not like just an instant loss if you lose one round, especially not when Kraken able to build economy such that they have fallback. That's what they've done. So as you mentioned, AWP gets picked up on Dirk's back. Got a healthy amount of utility across the board for the CTs. Early days, it's over towards Arch side.
Very forward-facing defensive measure here with the heavy presence towards brackets and then setting focus on B as well. Looks like they went for a little nade stack action on B, but fall off quickly after the pressure gets sent back their way. And
I think Regain got quite a lot of value out of that too. Look at the investment that has been made for Kraken in order to get this area back. Plus the damage onto Tanner.
Let's keep those players low there. Put a little pressure on that T side. Make sure that their entries are a little less confident turning that corner. I like this angle quite a bit from the op presence here. Stepping forward though. Taking that initiation. We'll pluck one quickly out of the server. Sauceboy hits the ground. So now the sight's set on this B side, and it's going to be up to these B defenders to hold down the line.
Kalen still got a molly. Not if you're going to utilize it.
Ooh.
Just all the way back, and do have it for the retake, to be fair. Regain.
Oh!
All right. That's unfortunate. That's the round. They zoom the other way immediately.
Wow. Yeah, don't want to mess with that too long. Multiple mollies for a retake right there. You play that 3v3 out, we could be singing a different story, but when you don't get the chance to even start that conversation, that is devastating. And a huge victory offered up here from the side of Kraken, getting past this first gun round initially. And again, they saved a lot to get into this situation, right? So they called in essentially like two separate ecos. One with MP9s into the mix and then one with just USPs. All in order to get an op out. And, you know, to be fair, that op had impact. You could see it was helping out a lot in that A defense. But when they lose B that quickly, and then the opera just gets sidelined with a spam through the smoke, that can create a little bit of discomfort in that 10 to, what, 2 scoreline here? 10 to 2 at the end of the half there. Can quickly turn into something more interesting.
I mean, at least having the ability to grab back that op. Will be glad that he can maybe get a real chance to do something this round, not just get shot through smoke. And pretty much the same posture for Regain off the rip. Their early round looking very much similar. Exception being now that they've left Zukar to kind of feign this presence. Once they get some banana control and they add a fourth defender to A. Sturku will rotate back eventually.
opening right there, and the MP9 burst. Clothesline, a quick headshot. Sauceboy hitting the deck there, and the collapse coming through towards the arch side is going to create some panic. Zoker fighting for his life there, trying to defend long enough. We're boxed into the back site. Juice Boy will be able to chase down that kill, just losing his teammate in the meantime, as the bomb has to be recovered and planted. It's a fake, though. It's a fake. It's not a stick. He swings forward, hoping that he could catch the lineup. He was on the right idea, but Zukar's too quick in recovery of that round and maintain control of this map despite the comeback effort with that victory.
And this is what I meant, though, where you can kind of weather a storm of a lost round. Kraken still have big cash. They could have even gotten an op, I think, if they wanted it, but they go all rifles instead. See what Tanner can do to rally the troops. It's Kraken. Might be knocked down, but not out yet.
Ooh, that's a tough sideline. Smoke hits the floor as well because of it. And that banana control, and that utility that we were talking about, used perfectly to open up this round.
Just a very clear difference.
Oof.
Tanner hasn't started around this half when they have utility at more than half.
Just gotta be infuriating to play every round like that, too. You know, not a fun way to play CS. Walking into a round, walking wounded, essentially. Things ain't taking a right turn in their direction either.
It's unlucky as well for Chirax, who, you know, looks forward. It's just slightly off angle that Dirk is holding, and unfortunately the gun barrel shown so that the MB9 can come swinging into the fray, gives Huzinko an AK upgrade. And now a 12th round, too, for Regain. It's just a clear difference in the CT protocol that Regain has here and how difficult Kraken are finding even just existing in Banana compared to what they were on the CT side.
I mean, that's just a core principle of this map as well. Missing out on that utility, not having that as efficient as what we're seeing out of Regain is going to cost you a lot in that defense. So, quick connection on the op shot. Fast motion up arches here, but that op is still ready to go. And a nice line being held there. Beautiful multi as the op does get run down. Not picked up, though. The spray control is phenomenal. Zinko puts it into at least a 2v2 with his 3Ks. 8 defenders couldn't really provide that same sort of coverage, and Kraken could try and hold on a little longer in this map.
Kraken extinguishing the molly to get up in Dirk's face, and now posed with a 2v2. Sasha and Zukar hand in hand. Just gonna take these duels, take them together. Trying to isolate, and isolate they will. Juice Boy's so far from this action that he's now got to do this alone, and the bomb not even close to planted for them. The stick's coming through, and this is how it's ending. It's over. Juice Boy doesn't even start to take those duels before he's lost the round. And it's Sasha who leads the charge, and it's Regain who take a first map victory here in their opening series in CCT North America. Inferno their pick, and they certainly made it look like it.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an anticlimactic ending there without a chance to provide that clutch factor. Their game gets shut down, and Regain, they lose both pistols here. As you can see, they only lose 6 rounds in total, just showing up with so much efficiency. And as you said, I mean, I think just having a very great fundamental understanding of how they play this map, both individually and as a team, when you hopped into that CT side and saw the effective utility. So a dream start here for Regain as they establish some dominance in this opening map.
Yeah, and that's the ability to kind of fall back on an Inferno that they know well, right? Even though, you know, like I said, mid-season changes, but Dirk came in those mid-season changes. So, you know, it's really just one roster move, essentially, that they come into Season 52 of Advanced with and here into CCT North America. So, yeah, an uphill battle, certainly, for Kraken, who, you know, as much as the CT side, I think we got to see some of the some of the positives, some of those protocols and how effective they were. On the T side, though, for Regain, I mean, they just were shooting better too.
Yeah.
It's one, on one hand, you can kind of lean back on that if you're Kraken and think, okay, well, you know, they beat us on Inferno. Yes, that's true, but also they got beat individually, especially in that first half. So they're gonna have to do some thinking about how they're gonna adjust into Mirage, considering that fact. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% agree. It was that individual front that carried them through that first half. They just looked like you couldn't miss a beat, and then now you gotta worry about Mirage up next. Doesn't really provide you a lot of comfort knowing that that's the case. So obviously we'll be seeing if they can bounce back. They'll be hoping that they can bounce back there on the side of Kraken. Expectations are that they show a little bit more fight on their map pick, but we'll see if that lives up to the hype there as we hop on into a quick break. Guys, stay with us when we be back with some more action on Mirage.
Kraken are left saying, all good. Regain. We got it in the next one, or maybe not. Who knows? Mirage is what is coming up, Cole. And you know what? I think that we didn't quite get to see any of the bright spots that I was hoping for from Kraken. And on the upside, I think Mirage is sort of a very nice canvas to paint those bright spots. If Kraken are going to take this opportunity, this is where they can do that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I also think, though, that what we're seeing right now rolling through with the firepower, that just nasty, shots that were connected, it feels like the very cohesive map control that was taken on that T side is something that you got to worry about. And fortunately for them, there's a little time to discuss. There's a little time to kind of break into this next map and say, hey, let's shut them down before we let them heat up too much, because it felt like at some point throughout that matchup, Regain were able to just walk their way through any bomb site that they wanted to, get past any resistance, break down the setups, and just most of all, break the confidence of Kraken. I think they have to avoid that here and get off to a bit of an earlier start. Unfortunately for them, I think starting off with a T side of Mirage, it allows you to dictate that pace, set the tone, say, hey, we're going to be able to put the pressure on you all with our T side. So I want to see that kind of lead to some favor here for the side of Kraken.
Yeah, and I think it leaves Tanner, who, from my understanding, is the in-game leader for this Kraken team, an opportunity to, I think, as an individual, kind of get back into a better mindset. Because, like I was saying, he was the guy trying to take banana control, and unfortunately, good utility left him either dead or very close to it at the beginning of most rounds. And listen, I know that doesn't necessarily transition into like the calling department, but I know that it can be difficult to feel like you have the agency to move forward when that's happening. So even from just like a little bit more of a micro and individual level, I think that's certainly possible. Not to mention the fact that like I said, I haven't gotten to see this Kraken team, but I've seen a lot of Zoker's game, and Mirage is statistically been a map that he is fantastic at. It's a map that I've seen him be a critical part of a bunch of comebacks, of impressive games, constant victories in the collegiate space where I've gotten to watch him the most. So just on an individual level there as well, this is something where Mirage feels like it could be a little bit of a different story. As we look into getting that thing started, though, you mentioned T-side start here for Kraken Regain. What do they have on the CT side?
See if they can bring into the mix here. We'll see if they can bring back a little bit new life. I mean, I think that frustration factor that you had highlighted of Inferno T-side for Mirage, or for Inferno for Tanner, is definitely, it can take its toll, and I think it did take its toll eventually. But new slate, blank canvas here on Mirage, and the bait and switch setup out of the gates here. Will this work out? Very difficult to make this succeed and thrive like that, but the dualies only go for one kill before the trades flood through. And Kraken, one of their biggest assets has been those pistols and the consistency on the conversions of those.
Yeah, they're so fast, though. Zukar's in their back line. He's making noise, though, and now he's getting up in the mix. It's a duel with Tanner that goes awry, and now Kraken left lacking. They're going to try and take a little bit more space. Oh, my gosh, Zukar, he's swift with it with a double for Juice Boy from Empty Pillar. Sets up the 1v1, and oh, my goodness, Juice Boy, he's got it. 1v3 to clutch up another pistol, their third of the series.
Juice Boy right there, stepping up in a big way. What a clutch. Looking crispy on the shots, on the connections, and bringing this one new life, despite that flank being a serious problem. And so quick on that flank. They managed to fight their way through it and hold down the line in the post plant. Another pistol here. That makes 3 for 3. So, again, that consistency in that department is going to go a long way for you. Fantastic win.
Interested
Start off.
if Regain are going to go for that same situation where they like full ecoed into the second round after the pistol loss on the CT side, and then it went MP9s.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those moves that you do a little bit more when you have a huge lead.
And
what
on
that
Inferno.
kind of hints at, but yeah, I'd be interested to see if that's like a game plan here, because teams that are interested in that really rely on their oppers having an op, and when you obviously go for a third round buy, you don't have that luxury. So we will get our answer pretty quickly. It's still a scoped rifle, scoped weapon, just a scout instead of the AWP. So they'll go for that third round buy, and I think it was largely based on that 10 to 2 half lead that they made that decision.
Yeah, Inferno really lending itself to the SMGs too. A lot of options on the CT side. Is this like a new meta move that I don't know about yet? I just saw a lot of scouts like over the last couple days.
Oh, I mean, I haven't got my. I know I'm playing with you know, like ECL IGLs on land and stuff like that. So I usually have my ear close to the ground on these things, but not that I know of.
No, okay. Well, I mean, it was on Dust 2 as well before. So
Yeah.
I just, that's a little
Dust
bit more
2
reasonable.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
You buy scouts on those as much as possible. But maybe this is just a reliance on the sniper rifle. And hey, just land 2 shots and it's as good as an op there for the opening duel.
You know what helps? I miss
Being
window
good?
smoke.
Oh, yeah. That helps out a lot too. They make the window smokes kind of tricky nowadays, you know?
Yeah, okay. Just say you're bad. It's okay. No, not all of us can be him.
I don't know, they just keep on changing the way that they change the jump throw, then they change small details of the jump throw.
That is true.
It's a little past that point here for excuses, but Sauce Boy not making any of them. He finds 2 to crack things open, trying to break through this defense, but that scout still having so much impact here.
It's actually incredible that Kraken get this deep onto the site to begin with. That was a phenomenal setup that Regain had. Like crossfire with Underbalk and towards Sandwich. Getting the bomb down. That's a whole different story. Juice Boy now left to make the moves alone. Does he have another one in him?
How much juice does this boy still have in him? Not a lot. He's taken down pretty quickly. And business gonna be handled. As Regain, once they get those rifles out, they already bring through some great defensive measures. They show one of the key pieces. I kind of called him a sleeping giant there. He's so incredibly impactful with that scout. As soon as he even gets that weapon out. This time not gonna have that, but you could see how skilled he is with whatever tool that he's given.
Yeah, I mean, Dirk making some changes like role wise. These guys had Poseidon, more of an up and coming opper in the North American space last season. And Dirk taking that role on here.
Ooh. Still good.
Yeah, you'll be okay with that. It's a little bit of a painful one for Zoker, but 2 for 1, still good numbers. If you're doing the math at home.
The math checks out. But does it still? Now that there is wrench in the system there. Well, yeah, that'll help. Tanner steps out with the deagle there, and
Dinked another one.
a nice connection. A lot of damage done there. Does step forward a little too far, but he's trying to sell that fake. Unfortunately, I feel like running into CT that quickly. Yeah, you can see the quick awareness, and already in a position, holding the line like it's an op there, keeping him away from this B site. One more slip past the crosshair, and it's on to Juice Boy here, and another clutch try. He's been in so many clutches already here on this map of Mirage. How much can he sustain? As he spots out the first, his patience could pay off for waiting for the second.
I mean, Sasha's taken so long on this. I was gonna say, enough time passing, the Juice Boy might start to get an idea, but just worried about the cat side of things. And Regain pick up a couple of rounds in a row. So pistol round conversion this time. But after that, it's back to struggles for Kraken.
Back to Struggle Street.
Shot out a nice like mid play to start them out in that last round, though. Some explosiveness that I think we haven't really seen come to a head. It's been either allowed or denied immediately. It's the B rush of sorts. That Molotov going to force them apart. So all 4 remaining Kraken members are still here in the apartments as nades get tossed in one after another. Molly cycled and now a smoke in their face.
Well, good util has been a kind of principle core to the win condition of this team, it seems, and that will remain true right now. easier when it's just straight to apartments, but already softening them up. Here's the B collapse is pretty successful, maybe for a bomb plant as well. What about some extra map control here with the AKs now in hand? This could really become complicated pretty quickly.
Smoke gets popped down. Market door. Very clear about the move that Dirk's making, but again, this flank is constant. Full factor! What is that? Sauceboy grabs another. Now there's just two, but Sauceboy alone. He's got another headshot. And it might be the clutch. Talon up against him, and he falls as well. The clutch, it seems, is for Kraken all day. Sauceboy with 4 kills on the eco round, and the 1v2'd end it out.
Yeah, just not a lot of tools at all to make this round work, but managing to make the best of it. And a fantastic clutch opportunity. Again, just creating an opening, just an avenue of some sort, some kind of fashion to crack onto that bomb site. And then you have to do the hard work of defending against it, even though you don't have the best tools, even though you might not have armor. But closing that one down's got to inspire a little bit of life, and you know, the factor there that we highlighted, being able to shatter what is a very confident team is necessary. We'll see if they can keep their foot to the press down to the floor, or whether or not that's just a flash in the pan. There's a quick 1-for-1 trade towards middle.
I mean, 10-3 certainly makes it seem a little bit more than one time showing. Up against pistols, we're talking about a very much easier round for Kraken in theory. Sasha got one of the bigger weapons. He's the only one left with a rifle, and he's got one in mid. Grabbed another one as things continued later on. But Halen getting active. Be distraught that he couldn't find anything but damage.
So much damage done here to the remaining. Couple bullets away from this round just being a completely different story, but the reality that we find ourselves in, it's going to be a save call. The remainder here of these players will hold on to whatever weaponry they can bring into the next. Shouldn't be too much trouble on the route out of this one, and they'll set their sights on up and coming. But again, this T side momentum being gained here. I mean, you've been talking a little bit about the success story towards middle. Those early trades in the map control here, and constantly being able to, in some form or fashion, walk away from these mid duels with a player advantage is very key, and they've had that at their luxury pretty consistently.
Even when they don't actually get that big advantage initially, they're willing to push forward, find the kind of a second wind in there. Sans that round where we're talking about misutility. I think that's a clear indicator of how wrong things went compared to where they had been previously. The 2 saved guns for regain. Outside of that, 5-7 Fuzinko picked up is now on Halen's belt, but otherwise we're talking about very little regain to work with. They're about to tee up a B split. Hold on. Sasha's complicated matters, and the other rifle is sitting ready to go inside of ladder room. Are they going to be ready? Fuzinko activates, and now he pushes the issue. Sauceboy with the adjustment. Just a few bullets left in the chamber, but it's enough for him. Sasha tries to slide back into a better position. The bomb going down. And now it should be round.
Forcing them on the other side of the island. Quick kill will take place there as well in the mix. Timer ticking up against him here on the save of the AK. But all that you can really walk away with in this situation.
Terrorists win.
The saves are really helping Regain out. They had Zukar on really low cash there. He's able to get a gun dropped. Fuzinko's taken a MP9 to get extra utility. And so all things considered, what could have been a little bit more of a difficult purchase looks pretty damn good. I love this call. This is a fantastic call from Kraken. All of that time, they've been pressuring mid early. Regain adjusts. They put everybody. It's 4 players ready to fight middle, and they're swinging out A with nobody home.
Yeah, I mean, this is just great momentum-based calling here off of what has been a very successful half. You get to now string what's been working well for you into this call. But they shake it up a little bit with extending in through that CT spawn position. They end up falling into it now a 3v3. Still good post-plant positioning coming through from the CT side, but you got to make something do. Quickly in this retake. All of them coming through CT. She's on the money, stepping forward though. Great coverage coming through from Sasha, and it's not quite planted. It's hopeful spam through the box, but that bomb being defused here. Tough transfer asked here. Nice kills coming through from Jirax, but the chase down of the MP9 and the round 1 on the side of Regain as they call it a pause immediately off the back of that.
I mean, Regain the ones calling the pause, but I mean, what are we doing if we're cracking there? You get 2 kills. 2 kills in connector. The A site fully open, taking CT control, sure. But there's so much space that they had on like opposite triple side or opposite default. And they were starting to set up, even though they were taking CT control for, you know, jungle. That was the plan coming out of the palace. They were taking jungle, and they're not planning for it. That's just a mistake that Kraken can't afford to do. And shout out Fuzinko, who I mentioned takes an MP9 in that last round, so he can afford utility. Also able to afford the kit. Don't know if he was the only one, but he's sure the only one this round.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that it was too much overconfidence, but those sort of small mistakes are definitely not seen in the pretty dominant T-half that Regain were able to bring to the table. So it's good to see that, but still with the confidence here, Tanner walking out of Palace, showing no respect to this competition, man. And collapses with 2 quick kills, gives them that man advantage here. And again, you're happy with that trade. Now what can you make off the back of it?
And they've got such forward position. The fact that they're in jungle right now is phenomenal. Fuzinko, that's a massive win. And he gets out. He's got a full set of utility. If he can toss this down, no, doesn't get it in time. And he loses his life. This one, just Sasha here in CT, and Halen is disconnected. Tap the head of Zoker, but I wouldn't say this is unwinnable. There's a lot of time left, and the bomb not even planted at this point. But Halen's got so many different options of where they could be.
So many different concerns here with no idea, and not going to be too interested in making a round out of this one, so going to go ahead and call it a save in this juncture and set their focus on with what they can in the future. So a nice bounce back round quickly established from this Kraken squad, making sure they make no mistakes in this situation. Just the amount of impact that Tanner gets crawling out of Palace there is hard to account for, that's for sure. One of those areas of the map you cannot be that vulnerable to, and they experience that level of success, it's definitely going to be difficult to return around.
I mean, after a mistake like that and a loss in the last round, I love Tanner's confident calling there too. Like, was really a big fan of the way he dealt with the potential adjustment for Regain, where they're fighting mid more aggressively. They put their players back mid in that last round, kind of test the waters, see if there's actually somebody taking that fight, and then Tanner in response is taking those duels out the Palace side. It's reactive in the best possible way.
Active and risky given the aggression of the Palace just one round prior, but he knows how to play up against his opponent's minds. And now it's right back to that domineering mid-control that they love to take here.
Regain, they're quick to make those changes themselves. They were very aware of that possibility of the A pressure this time. And it wasn't just one, it was a double up there. Dirk dueling in mid, dueling times two. He's got them both. And now, sure, it's just Fuzinko here at B, but he can wait, bide his time to take the shot when he is required. And he's bought enough of that space for his teammates to get into position.
Just a deadly deagle here. Chance, though, still for Juice Boy. There's a footstep being made. Oh my goodness, a step out into an instant dismissal for Dirk. And Hallen left in a 1v1 now all of a sudden. Full armor, everything you could ask for, especially a back turned. I mean, that's the biggest luxury in the clutch, and Regain will be able to steady themselves for the victory.
Kraken team that looked kind of lost at times on Inferno. Looked like they've just got such a much better grasp of what they want to do, how they want to react, and their ability to change in time with Regain. So much better, even despite Regain picking that round up. They have been so difficult these rounds. Every one of them that Regain has picked up has been a fight.
And leave it to a sauce boy here. The buns of last map on Inferno for that first half to turn the tides and become a lot more. It's a whole course, including dessert here on this map. So, bit of an awkward position. Catching an Opera with utility out, trying to set up that flash, and Tanner's just got a finger on the pulse of this control on A. Another double entry for him, creating so much havoc. Walking out of A on a lurk here. Allen looking to recover, doing a lot of damage. But there's chaos all over the map, and ooh, getting utility out, getting caught. Now they know where Hallen is. No secret about position, and with a quick headshot like that, they're just gonna bring the bomb over towards this B site, deny him access to trying to recover this round, and Kraken just constantly fighting through here. And now Tanner becoming an absolute beast on this map.
Yeah, for a guy that's certainly not been at the top of the charts the whole time, he has been so instrumental in defining how Kraken have played this T-half. He's put himself in positions where he's the one kind of making the read, making the play off of his teammates, and it's worked out beautifully. Into the last round of the half, where Regain got very little pistols and armor for the majority, and one of those already goes down.
Sasha trying to escape the mid defense. Can't run away in time. Just take a kill with him for his troubles. Tanner this time bested towards that apartment side. They knew he was there, so they'd lock in on him. Clear out the side of apartments here and maybe help out with the A defense in the future. That's where the rotation should be heading, given this position of power from Allen.
And the problem is that they lost everything else in the process. So jungle, not a safe area. Could have been in CT or, scaling that direction too. Kraken, as we can see, not yet even onto the A site proper. And it's given time for Dirk to set up shop. Difficulty is that, Dirk's going to have to get information and then stay alive. If he can find a kill somehow and then hide, that would be incredible. But that seems so difficult when he's got a dig.
Trying to snake their way through into this A bomb site. They've gotten a comfortable bomb plant for it, and I'm trying to pull this retake off successfully, especially when the prongs are being pulled already. Not going to be an easy task at all. Likely to maybe hold on to their last round and a half, so you're going to give it a go, and that's going to inspire you back into this one. Back spotted there from Zoker. Takes him a little while to finish the kill. Molly out on top of the bomb. And I think that might have just secured it. Yeah, there is no kit. He's looking for one, but not going to happen. He just has to watch this round slip away from his grasp, and Zoker beating Zukar. And the clutch there to close it off and give them one extra towards the tail end of the half.
I mean, what a half it was from Kraken. They just come out swinging, find the pistol round victory. Look like they lost the plot a little bit in some of those rounds. They overstep in a few, but some incredible calling, I think, is what I credit alongside those clutches. Those two things in tandem that turned that from a competitive half into a dominant one. 8-4 is what they walk away with, and you got to think that Regain, outside of those couple of rounds that they picked up, right after the opening two, they just couldn't find anything back to back. There was no consistency.
A lack of consistency costs them dearly. They find themselves in a pretty brutal first half here. Great look though, coming through in a bounce back effort, as the pistols have been, they're consistent best force here for them, and it's gonna remain true with these kills, locking it down. Tanner so comfortable on this A site in every facet. A couple kills in return offered up, but it doesn't linger too long before getting overwhelmed. Cracking, I mean, that's 4 for 4 so far on the pistols.
I gotta start thinking, yeah, what's up here with Regain? Can't find themselves a pistol win to save their life. And in the last map, those really weren't required. Surplus to the needs of that victory, but here, well, it's very much the opposite. Would love to have seen that. No bomb plant either, importantly. That really limits the opportunities in this round. It Glocks. With the Glocks, they've ran Tanner down. They're gonna get a dink off 2 onto Sauce Boy. There's a worrying amount of damage done. Dirk's gonna grab the rifle and convert that into another one.
Rifle being picked up is always a game changer here on these full ecos when you just think you have no tools. One gets dropped right into your hands here. That can change the story. The trajectory of this round. It's all about hitting the right route, though, at this point.
It's just a standing army right now for Regain. Sort of walking around the map as a squad. Listen, Halen first and foremost. The rest's gonna go Palace side. Try and let Dirk cook with this M4.
Well, a player in CT, though, Juice Boy does not allow for the access for that bomb to go down. And that's going to make this one very challenging as the reinforcements arrive onto the scene. And the reality does strike here, the position that they're in.
I don't recover the other M4 that was in jungle. So it is a little bit of a loss for Kraken. But double digits is something they'll be happy with. Gonna have to be the quick adjustment, though, for Regain.
How quick on their feet they can be. Let's get those rifles out. Time's gonna be the tide turner.
How deep Juice Boy is. The bomb is here. The bomb is in spawn. Juice Boy not ultimately gonna take that fight, but nobody routing towards Palace. So though Halen is really far forward up the A ramp, there's still gonna be someone in the back lines to play spoiler. Ooh. Shots out of Halen. That'll set him up for success. That'll move them into the clutch. Gyrex has some low HP bars, but he doesn't find either of them. Instead, it's Zukar, who's healthy, and Regain, who pick up a answer in the 5th round. So the first gun round, it's a successful one.
As you get those guns out there, again able to succeed. It's a good sign. So they force him onto an eco pretty quickly off the back of that. Bring a little bit more fight here. See what they have in store. We got some pistols collapsing in our middle off of one flashbang, and that's a great bit of utility to open up a round and open up proceedings here for them.
A little bit concerning, only a little bit how split Regain were. They're getting into position now. Moved in, taking the space. That's the recovered rifle that goes down. In the form of Tanner and Bomb arriving on scene. No worries.
Spending the deagle here is all that you can do in this situation, and hope that maybe you get some sort of upgrade here potentially if they hunt. Without much to lose. Juice Boy gonna hold on to his firepower remaining. There goes another one. Regain stepping into this map with a little bit more confidence here. And a hunt is in. Oh, not quite. Just did a little bit of fight there in the end. Doesn't happen.
An AWP going. Not been a lot of ops actually from Kraken, just generally speaking. Make the jump. So instead, looking to break up in the smoke, see nothing. Again, ready to go, ready to roll over here on A.
Quick pushing. Zukar to open up on the Sauce Boy there at least. Give him some resistance in the early goings. Numbers already punched in. Juice Boy setting up some sort of boost here, it seems. Interesting.
Missed shot from Zoker doesn't help, but those certainly do. Tanner Juice Boy gets theirs. Halen, 1v3 opportunity, cut down to the 1. Kit. And Juice Boy isn't even gonna hold on that one. Halen just taking duels, man. Halen's so confident in that duel.
Yeah, that's brutal right there, Halen. Completely devastating. The opposition there, like you said, playing with maximum confidence in this. Crucially so. being able to step up to the plate in a big way, close out that round. Bring it on in.
Game where Kraken have had the better of those clutch moments overall. And they finally get bested in one of them. Zoker, a little less of a factor than I was anticipating, but a Deagle opens proceedings once more.
We need Chirax hears the rotation away, I believe, so there's some further information to gather. That's, I mean, just an unstoppable force, though, all of a sudden. Stepping into the server there from Halen. Another pick. Head taken clean off. Pull to the post there. And into the bomb site they go off the back of it.
There's two coming in on the flank. One who had pushed Palace, and obviously Chirax, as you mentioned. Back's turn. He has his one, and Juice Boy's going to activate. They aren't worried about him yet, but now they are. Chirax down. Juice Boy had opportunities, and with a lot of damage done, that Deagle doesn't quite do enough. Regain one step at a time. They have brought this back. I mean, we're just 2 rounds difference at this point. What a change here. Of regain. Just
Sukar. Stepping forward on that flank. Just a little late on the hold there, but still able to lock down in the end. A positive exchange, and despite a pretty early aggressive setup, ends up falling flat overall.
Regain haven't ever been so aggressive towards B. That more like a, you know, off spawn call from the look of it. They're waiting on some contact towards mid, and it actually looked like it was the perfect read of the situation. But I think just slightly slower on maneuvering into B, and it gives time to find that victory. Kraken.
Yesterday I watched a crazy T-side comeback come through from the side of Alter Iron. Right now, we might not get the same thing from Regain here, depending on who's going to pick up the pace off the back of that. Finally, another round 1 going successful, but Raj looking like the most T-sided map for the NA side of CCT so far, it seems.
Certainly when you're able to, you know, find some momentum. Good calls. Okay. You're seeing something I didn't. Halen trying to get out A. Molotov, that nade as well. Oh, but neither of them finished the job. Juice Boy's 5 health. He lives to tell about it. Now there's just bodies aplenty, and Zoker's all you need. 3 men there, but Zoker got 4 kills.
Just a devastating breakdown on that defense as well. Shutting it down, Zoker, and the backline's been so clutch. Ended off that last half with a beautiful molly in round 1 because of it. And being able to just stabilize this CT side completely with a round like that kind of puts it into perspective now for Regain to close us out. They can't afford any mistakes.
Well, and it's a game of can't afford, unfortunately for them, where they really can't afford too much of anything. Pistol's armor. Tasha's got the one Leal. Galen hoping to sell this fake, and I mean, he's done the damage. That Molly will finish the job. Chirax from the back of the site gets his 2, and that's an AK now attainable, but removed as soon as it's picked up.
Spiral's out of control here. Unless this kill with a Tech 9 takes place, and there you have it. Some relief on offer. Juice Boy long range will shut that idea down, and Halen left into a clutch. 1v2 versus Juice Boy and Zoker. These two have been incredibly clutch for this CT side, but the timing has been just looks miraculous. Although it looks like Zoker's also aware of this possibility, steps in for the finishing blow. Zoker to cap it all off, and ends up going to the distance here. Anubis required here for this third map.
Yeah, a map where Kraken get the opportunity to show off the T side that wasn't there on Inferno. They show what they've got on Mirage, and a CT side too that, whilst it certainly had some difficulties, I really think that Regain are the ones that had to pull off the heroics, the miracles, to even make that a ultimately very close game at the end. The almost comeback that kind of stalled out towards the end stages was a lot to do with some of those clutch moments over the course of that second half. So as much as it's close there as we got towards the final stages, we're looking at Kraken as a team that, very obviously had a lot more to offer than they showed on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to see that form of Kraken, but they gave him a taste of their own medicine. Sure, maybe they made some small oversteps in some late rounds that cost him a little bit of a dominant half there in that first half, but they ended up still being able to win important clutches, win very difficult situations, and so I'm right there with you. I'm impressed with the bounce back. I'm impressed with the level of poise that Kraken bring to the table. Now, can they take that into a third map here? Obviously, we've got Anubis waiting in the wings, guys. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll be closing out this series, seeing who else is going to be moving on up 1-0.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
I think it was fair that we had some questions kind of about where this was going to lead after map number 1, but I think we've got some answers here. Kraken absolutely able to find some way through, and by some way, I mean really some great calling, some incredible clutch moments across the entirety of a map too, that leads us into an Anubis where it's kind of hard to say where I'm leaning at this point. Cole, do you have a strong feeling one way or the other?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think both teams looked really good on their map pick is the key detail, and I think both the opposing teams looked bad on their opponent's map pick. So I think largely that has to do with like the level of depth that these rosters have been able to build in their veto, in their map pool. And so as it comes down to a decider, I do think that now you see, is this like a map that's kind of on the extremity of these vetoes for teams that sometimes are just not used to having to play within the confines of a best of 3 format? Who's going to come out on top in that department? It just depends on the roster that has a little bit more structure, and I do think that could lean itself to the favor of the side of actually Kraken after the back of that Mirage look.
Interesting, because I would think that Regain, would have a little bit more of that experience, at least like in BO3s, because they've been right there in relegation the last 2 seasons. They were here at CCT, the last couple of CCT events, and all of those kind of leading in. Whereas, listen, this Kraken roster, I think, has had less of those opportunities. So,
hey, open playoffs has best of 3s too.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
Playoffs as well.
Yeah,
best of 3s.
Hey, they were in advanced playoffs last season too, but
advanced playoffs, best of 3s.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So was Regain, a couple of relegation tournaments in a row. That's with this core as well, to be fair. So I don't know. I think I'd maybe give them a slight edge based on just that. That's not a lot to go on. What is, I think, gonna be fun is kind of seeing how Anubis gets. What are you reacting to? What?
They're burning.
I wasn't even looking
It's
at the
hot.
screen, bro. It's not even live. This guy's casting the spawn.
It hurts. It still hurts.
Yeah? Are you in pain? You're in pain right now?
Yes.
Sorry to hear that. I truly hope that your pain subsides.
Actually, I'm feeling pretty good. I said I was in pain. That was a lie. We're hopping into 2025 looking and feeling good. And that's a good sign here. But we'll see if that remains true here for one of these two teams. They're looking to hop into 2025 with their first one on the books early. As Tanner, again, sneaky on the pistols. Did he make noise? No, that was the opponent running past him in the smoke, and he waits and he steps forward for at least a single kill, but that's about it, and the space is lost.
Yeah, nobody here for Kraken able to kind of transition off the back of that. Nobody was ready to actually make that play. So as good as that position was from Tanner, I think maybe needed to hold it for a moment longer. Because now the rest of Kraken trying to break through, they find themselves against a brick wall until Juice Boy and Chirax break themselves off one apiece. It's a 1v2, a clutch in the pistol. Now, where have we seen this before? The first swing goes awry for Sasha, but the time is the biggest problem. And even that, the Glock can have answers to. Regain will pick up their first pistol of the series in map 3.
That's their first pistol. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're finally on the board there. And even despite that, it looked like Tanner was going to get up to enough shenanigans that could have gone wrong. Just limited to a single kill with that quick trade. Zukar stepping up in a nice 3K as well. And they got their pistol. And crucially on the T side of Anubis, where I think pistols matter quite a bit as well. A defense could be very hard to build rounds, and so sometimes winning a pistol, getting, you know, a 0-3 start off the back of it, can really be enough rounds to work with. Not throughout a whole half, but can set the foundation. So definitely one of the most important pistols to win here if you're a Regain.
Setting the tone early.
Oh, Sauce Boy. Sauce Boy. Don't test him. You know what happens when you test a Sauce Boy?
You get sauced?
You get the horns.
Yeah, okay.
But right now, the only ones, the horns that are showing up here, it seems, are Regain's horns. Slow go. Is it goat?
That's
Notice that? Oh, snap. Juice Boy now this time stepping up to the plate and having himself a little bit of impact here in the firepower department. Gonna tap that bomb, but again, 10-second stick not doing any favors.
It did get way more complicated than it should have, considering the investment. That was 2 upgrades. There was that Deagle on Sauce Boy, but then the CZ for Zoker. That was it. Otherwise, it was USPs. So I think Kraken can be very happy with how that's gone down. Outside beyond that, Regain still with that 2-round run. And now up against the real rifles.
It's a nice opening right there. Already manufactured. That T side, it's one of the bigger luxuries here, is the ability to just open up rounds. Makes it more easy. That CT side is going to get a lot more active than usual here on Anubis. So, as you can see, being able to set the pace with the quick duels. Great start.
That's a fantastic trade for Fuzinko. It'll be difficult to get that going so quickly, and now the crunch on towards A is a successful one. Sasha grabs the mid player. Halen follows up onto the anchor, and Sauceboy somehow finds Halen, but Fuzinko's there to put him down. That's a 3-0 start right there, Colt. I think that's a number you were talking about. Big deal.
3-0 start dealing with a gun round already as well. Helps out even more. So they can continue to steady themselves here as the 1D comes through from Tanner. A single kill that flows out of the hand cannon. Still testing the waters on this B side. Great molly though, forces Sauce Boy out of the picture. This time they will systematically remove everyone from this B site before really striking on in. There's a flank to worry about. Oh, it's spotted. That's well dealt with.
I mean, there's been a flank every single round in a similar position, to be fair, so pretty on edge for one of those to come through. He'll end up coming through E-box. That's a nice adjustment for Zubkar. He's out of bullets, but he's got coverage, so not too worried about losing another SMG, especially not after that SMG farmed up a couple of kills. Had 12 hundo into the bank account. A little extra moolah to work with in this next round for Regain, who picked up the AWP as well.
Quick mid-control poking and prodding here. Very active. With a minute 25 left on the clock to take this space. I value real estate. Some damage done there. An early connection. Putting the pressure on this T side to see if they want to stick around. The answer is not for too long.
Key indicator, little audio cue that tees up the HE for Tanner to toss in. And it's a chunky boy. 50 health of damage on to either of the players down in E-box. Great Molotov, though. Force him back out more into the open, and that is where the flashbang pops. Sasha with 2 on the entry. Still got 1 here, but Sauce Boy, his position now made known, and Sasha will tack on a 3rd. That's a 3K for Sasha on entry.
One on the scoreline already, as well as the round's already done, being counted out by the defensive measure. That's another one to add to the round count here. Beautiful sequence there from the entry prowess. Regain onto a 0-5 scoreline. As you said, as this game goes later and later, it is very difficult to handle business on this this CT side. The 3rd map tests that depth in the veto, and right now, I mean, you said it. Maybe a slight favor in the camp of Kraken, and that's what we're seeing right now. Or rather, Regain.
Here's the change the Kraken are looking for. Another gun around. Saves and activity in the aggression as Halen vested. Might be even more. That's a Molly and HE following that, where Kraken have claimed this aggressive B stance, and there is really no way Regain can touch it. Got to look elsewhere, and they're looking mid, but they've got to be so worried about the other side of that.
There's an opening with the op into the B side, and that's gonna collapse on the control there for them. Enough to take the bomb site. Still holding down this line towards E-box as well. Could make it interesting. Missed shot though. Some complications created because of it, but still second opportunity collapsed on, and Sasha also denies access from the rifle side of things. They just shut that round down. with confidence. And Regain still holding nothing back here at the moment.
I think the impressive part of that round is that Regain lose so much B control. They entirely don't have anything at B main. Halen goes down. There's a Molotov. I think it's Sauceboy who, in my mind, steps a little too far forward. Let's Regain patient enough, but in the meantime, while they're patiently waiting for Sauceboy's continued aggression, they're taking E-box control and ensuring with Dirk's AWP that Tanner can't escape, that he can't get out without crossing over that line. And Tanner, knowing as much, can't do a darn thing about it. So with Kraken taking attack, I think that they have some of the right ideas, but Regain's reactions to those have been a step ahead.
Definitely feels like a game of chess in that sense, and both teams look like they had the read on their own map pick of how to play that game of chess when it comes to the calling game, but as we hop into this cider, Tide's seemingly favoring this Regain squad in terms of that map pool here and level of depth that they can bring. T-side still dominating. Again, it's anticipated here. T-sides usually do well. So the question is, when is the success going to break here for this team, or is it going to break here for the side of Regain? There's a great trade potential in the A main side of things, and they get explosive off the back of it.
Seems like no matter where they're going, Regain are able to get access to the bomb site, and now with the plant down, and back end, even a tougher task here for Kraken. They've got the bodies, but do they have the firepower? Not anymore. Halen from the back of the site, and Zukar provides it coverage from the back of Pillar. A duo, Zukar and Halen, that pick up all 5 kills between the two of them.
Still just unbelievably explosive. I mean, patient at the start, but very explosive when necessary. Level of aggression. It is so promising to see with your Regain. A little bit of range in the calling coming through at the moment. Now it's just back to decisive control being attempted here, taking that pressure towards E-box out of the gates as soon as they can. Nice boost up there, steps up for a quick kill. That's going to open up proceedings right then and there.
Feels like after such a back and forth type of series that I was expecting Kraken to have more to say in this map. And it's just been silence on the Kraken front. They are all here already. So the B site, not exactly the easiest of avenues. Sauceboy up close, even that smoke not enough, and played off of one another nicely until Zukar gets into position. Towards the back of the site. Zukar's gonna get in behind them, but Zoker's still there. Just numbers better for Kraken, and that's where they finally find success. 4 players on the B site ready for that hit.
On the board here finally after a little delay in their kickoff to this matchup. Has to feel like a relief getting just one here locked in, but they have to make sure that this isn't just again a flash in the pan, that they can find cohesive success off the back of that win. And it's so again just decisive towards this mid control.
And it's so sad too for Kraken, who made a really good play this round. They take full canal control, and Zoker's trying to fight that back. He gets a flash and a kill, but Now Chirax has gotta buy time for the support to arrive. He's done that, actually. He's forced it forward.
Chance here. Sauce Boy making it even more possible, quickly turning the tides in their favor. A 1v3 Aston. I don't think there's any interest in even making this happen. After a bit of a collapse. You're exactly right. A hopeful nade right there. That's just not going to do it. And he'll call it a day. Go off and save, and a great retake effort. I mean, as you said, great map control, good protocols early on to take some space, but looked like it wasn't going to matter when the decision was to head quick towards that mid side of things and just disrupt the whole game plan. Instead, they end up closing out on the retake effort and still being rewarded with that great game plan there.
Yeah, it's crazy that Regain find again in a map where there's been a lot of defaulting. They find the one very clear right decision to counter what Kraken are doing in that round, and I'm very pleased to see that Kraken were able to actually find a victory despite that fact. Because the call that they made was a good one. Trying to ensure that that one round success didn't stay at just one round.
Waiting that scary reality setting into this next one where they still have to lock down on this defense. Delay in the execute of this E-Box control, and it's going to come down to a trio of defenders that have to set the tone here. Sauce Boy, long range, finds the initial, the Molotovs disrupt the attack. So they make no forward progress off the initial poke and prod. They're still cracking their way through E-Box, and the great trades flow through it all in unison. They wait to strike, and they get their chance. It just required a little bit of patience, and they still fight forward here.
I mean, that was synchronized swimming right there. Absolutely incredible. With everybody stepping forward at the same time, the spam teamed up with the double clear of Plat towards site. Oh no, can't do it much better than that. Now Dirk defending. He does his job well. He gets his one. I was going to say if Huzinko getting out of dodge is part of the plan. It was. Comes back, but doesn't pay for it. It'll be Sasha to find the win at the end. And a Regain bounce back. The Kraken, despite 2 rounds in a row, couldn't have really afford. This money is oh so complicated going into round 11.
Finance is not perfect on the money. That spam is. And Haaland takes down 2 aggressors to start off this one. So, already looking sharp on the initial contact with chances for a lot more than just that.
Didn't really get to see the perspective set up there from the CTs, but this is kind of the only round where I feel like Kraken have kind of gone in with a game plan that seemed somewhat flawed from the beginning. You know, it's back to some of that aggression that's been working out for them, actually. Even when they lose rounds, it's still been good. This time towards B main, but whether it be the weapon diff or, you know, difficulty getting set up, regardless, Halen seemed unaffected by whatever Kraken was throwing their way.
Definitely has been one of the shining lights here, even in that losing effort on Mirage. Had a lot of flashy moments. And being able to shut down that initial contact is a fantastic start.
Oh, that's it. That's disgusting. And that's, I mean, the round pretty much. Zukart Gets the smoke broken up for him. And he finds two, neither of them looking at him as they line up. That's a nice find for Zoker. Help thin out the numbers, make it more difficult to get set up for Regain. But set up they are, with all three trying to make their way through Longside and through Temple. It's looking impossible now.
So, hey, same team! Same team! Oh, at least capped off there. They have a little bit of fun with it to close off the half, but Regain really assert some dominance, out eager for revenge after a bit of a disappointing second map. And they step into the third, showing who's boss, it seems.
Yeah, thinking back to Inferno, same scoreline too, out of the first half. Regain confirm another 10-2.
Well, hey, maybe they're the buns of the series here. Starting and ending off the series, first and second.
Yeah. Maybe that's what it's meant to be. I do walk away feeling that Kraken are a lot better than this 10-2 scoreline on that half.
Do you think it's a map pool thing? Do you think they're still maybe not sharp enough on the maps? Because they did look fantastic on Mirage.
I don't think they've looked bad here. Well, hold on a second. More to be said, but there's a lot going on. Sasha, it's Crossfire that he had, and now that is Fuzinko, who's got to fall back away. Meantime, it's Sauce Boy that takes the space in Temple. Fuzinko's still alive. That's crazy to think of. And they're hunting him down, but he keeps falling back, and that's opened avenues here for the CTs to regain control. Fortunately, they've returned into position by the time they are required. Kraken, they're back to form on these pistol rounds, it seems, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic recovery effort being made. All things considered, from how things went from start to finish, they're happy that they come out on top on that pistol and go 5 for 1 in that series. That's been, again, a consistent factor for them. Success on the pistol rounds. Not be slept on here. P side of Anubis, I mean, maybe feeling like it's over, but there's still a lot to give, I think, if they can make this T side happen. Pretty comfortable anti-eco bash in this situation. We're really looking to dig in now.
Get back to maybe the answer to your question there. I think that Kraken just a little less depth than Regain had in that first half, because all of the things I was seeing were sort of the right ideas, and the execution not bad either. I think that Regain just had that next step, much like the chess game that you were postulating before. Right? Good move can turn bad quick if you have the right counter. So we'll see if the T side tells a different tale.
For the same sort of eco situation here, not a full force buy, but two kind of, well, one USP round and then one half buy before they set their focus on real gun rounds here. But they could win this one this time around and get rewarded with the MP9s. Weird situation right now. They could have ran towards A. They don't need to, though. Smoke in the crossroads of this retake effort, and there's a lot of space being taken from...
Oh, but there's a lot of smokes for Regain, too. They've got 3 of them and a molly.
Oof. That's going to make this retake very difficult here, depending on how they're used. Could make it very easy. There's the smoke going in towards Temple. And yeah, they cover off 2 important sides of the map, but it also gives Zoker a chance to maneuver around said smokes. Not going to expect this crawl out. There's a big step forward, and they combine perfectly in the collapse.
Yeah, I mean, ideas good, and a little bit of a smoke angle that wasn't anticipated. Like you said, created for Zoker. He takes full advantage. But I think the job of that round, you know, to make things a little bit more difficult, not quite fully done, but certainly steps taken for Regain. And it gets Dirk this AWP. I mean, that's the whole thing about the way they are handling that when they have this lead. And I do like the care with which Regain seem to be making these economic decisions. That's something that a lot of North American teams miss, in my opinion. And Regain not making those mistakes.
A lot of priority on ops having oppers having ops, which is important here, but we are seeing some of the efficiency here of T-Side Anubis taking place. As they blast past this A-side with relative ease. And a retake has to take place here, but a small overstep from Tanner could prove to be a lot more costly. It might encourage a retake effort. See if they give it a go.
Oh, that's going to feel so bad if you're Regain. They're saving there. They're 100% going for a 4-man save. If it weren't for Tanner taking that overstep.
It was a tactical overstep.
Yeah, instead, they're like, well, now we have the space to work with. Let's go in for it. Only for Zoker to catch them, 2 of them, before they can even get out of the smoke. So instead of a 4-man save, it's just 2 holding guns. And that'll be okay, but that'll be for less than it would have otherwise been. And I was going to say, still going to buy here, but it looks like no. Just gonna get a little bit of some lesser weapons and go for this half measure again.
Pretty good with those MP9s they're combined with. Oh, and they'll take the man advantage here. Ooh, they can't run away with it. Running away is a whole other story. The Sauce Boy will not allow. Into the site they go, and a nice line there held by Tanner. Chasing past the smoke and coming out on top. Certainly changing the direction of this round rapidly. Was punched in, outside looking in. Should be pretty comforting here from this point.
So an almost comeback for Regain on Mirage turns into a very, very nice map for Kraken. Not even close, really, on Inferno. Now it's Regain who have the lead, and Kraken on the comeback trail. Very interesting back and forth that we've been experiencing here. Find the op? Oh, he's got the op. That's massive for Sasha. And they have no idea. That's just such an intelligent move from Sasha.
On the way to get some wins out of this round. Definitely is a great direction to take there. Fantastic pickup. Cap that one off. But it still is, like you said, you know, kind of an almost comeback at the moment. But, I mean, this one feels a lot more manageable. You're on the favorites half right now. You're heading into your T side, only down 3 rounds now at this point. Carrying forward. Inspires a lot of confidence, that's for sure.
The last gun around, Regain kind of get rolled over on A. This gun around will be a different story, I would imagine. As we look at Kraken, searching towards mid is Dirk, and he's forced out into the open for another swing. Tell you what, Zerker's had such a resurgence, though, on a map 2 of Mirage where, you know, expected big things and didn't quite get it. Now it's delivery. This guy, whenever it's been required for Kraken. It's the refrag onto the AWP. As well, that starts to open up mid-presence here. It's Regain. Split up. 3 towards B. And so, this is what we've seen. It can be a strength for Regain, but they lose out. Sauceboy dinked. They're still fighting for it, but Sauceboy on low health still wins out. He's got his secondary on the intrigue towards E-Box, where Regain fall as well. The 3-man stack towards B, and all 3 fall with no kills.
Ooh. Chance on this retake. Molly, oh, it's just going to be a little too deep. It's not going to flush him out. Sauceboy gets the luxury of sticking around here, staying alive, and also fighting for his life there with a win like that. Lands the kill to finish the job. And I think a bit of an unfortunate toss in the Molotov. Whether or not that would have even saved him there is the question. Is still Regain finding themselves in a deadlock here. Locked in on 10. Can't get a defensive round, despite even what looked like the start of the pistol success. The early picks that were taking place there. We're really seeing the T side of Anubis have its ways with both sides here. Don't want to wrench in the system. Canal's aggression. Oh, but it looks prepared for. How quick can you be? How much of a head on a swivel can you have here? Juice Boy. Well handled. Will just punish that early aggression and step away with it with a man advantage here already.
This is what I was talking about, where it looked like Kraken were relatively well drilled on this map, despite the struggles on the CT side. This is what I was talking about, where they have the protocols in place to deal with aggression into Canal. That's something that can be difficult, and Sauceboy, man, doing a lot with so little. He's got, in that last round, two players swinging at him. He starts dink dot, and he gets both the kills, finds the third to close the round too. Like, he's doing a lot with a little, that's for sure. Tanner lines them both up, and with mid down as well. Zinko's MP9 is not even going to find a kill. 1 HP left on Chirax. Close the distance once more. Kraken are just about there. One more gun round stands in their way before this is tied up.
It should be a quick and comfortable comeback as well. Didn't have too many struggles getting back into this T side, but I mean, a pretty rare man advantage maintained here for the CT side. We'll see how long that remains true. Sauceboy's playing elusive inside the smoke. In fact, all of these Ts are trying to dance within the confines. Zucker is finally going to break through the even situation and now take it away. We knew that space would be deadly. The question was, how deadly was it going to be? All the while trying to wait on this flank to come through, and it just doesn't matter. Rotation arriving onto the scene, that extra support completely nullified, and this retake effort shut down, except for Helen finds 3. Jumping into the bomb site, a chance here, but does he expect Sauceboy on top? Raiding behind the pillar, no one on the bomb there, so that's information known. Round 1 because of it. Sauceboy waits, plays with his food, and finally finishes the kill.
Sauceboy's impact in these big moments has been crazy. That's another one there to tie up the game. Tack pause here for Regain. And in a similar vein, I mean, you can look at this half from Regain, and there's certainly some moments where you could ask questions, but they've approached this so carefully. They've made the right decisions so many times. They've not ever been economically too far from the norm. They've taken the right saves. They've given themselves the opportunities. They just haven't been able to take it to the end. And on a round now where Kraken are poised to grab a lead. This could be the upset, the reverse sweep. The Kraken on their debut here at CCT.
A reverse sweep. We thought the buns of the series would be regained here, but it turns out this sandwich is flipped upside down. And we're left holding a patty with greasy hands. That is, if they continue to pull this comeback off, man. This timing has to be so miserable. That is unreal. And it just works so well in favor of Kraken. Double kill from Juice Boy. Round converted. And the T side right now, not missing a beat.
I mean, 3 players are there for regain. Doesn't matter when they're lacking some of that weaponry. And like you said, timing, just such a frustrating moment. Not in the favor of Dirk, that's for sure. Where does that leave Kraken? With a victory here, 11 rounds is what they'll be working with. Sasha sticking around for a moment just to see if anybody's going to hunt him down. But to be honest with you, there's really nothing to gain for Kraken. They got so much money, no need to throw any of it away. No need to give an AK. What can Regain save? A little bit of armor, an MP9 at best, and that's exactly what they do. Doesn't give them anything long-term. Dirk will get his op. My eyes locked on him. Where does he go?
There you go. Opens up around with that AWP. It's again been just the most priority put on making sure that this defense can have it, but as that lead finally is taken, this reality set in for this squad of what that means. This series could go awry. This could be ripped away from them. We'll see if that is the case.
Big value, though, in having a little lead in this round for Regain. Not had that very often. Kraken taking mid control, but it's a slow burn. They're still ready to go either direction, even though the bomb's currently towards A.
See if they can overcome some of this adversity. Finally felt pretty rare, but look at this. I mean, map control here is a serious problem. You're having to defend B from so many different prongs, but that's a big fight to win. E-box handled. Bomb is, it's gotta be A. They're gonna walk back the bomb back over, and Zukar has the read at the very least. Expects to, can't collect to. There's still a defender in the back lines of this site, and Hallen's gonna put up enough of a fight here to maybe secure this thing completely. Time's running a little too low, and that kill does come through to finish the job. Regain finally with a defensive round just when you think it was a lost cause.
Yeah, Kraken really overcomplicating matters, to be honest with you. They had all that space, and honestly, I think they felt like it was too good to be true. You know, like, why is this so open? But they had the knowledge that there wasn't any A aggro. Maybe they anticipating that there was B aggro in response. They didn't have any B main presence. So maybe that's why they're so interested in going towards B. Regardless, the bomb so far is removed from that play, and time becoming a factor at the end. That's a step up from Zukar, obviously.
That presence of mind's not easy to come by. So this late into the game, you've got to be frustrated with the comeback that's already been put on. Being able to help out in the defense of that B side all over is fantastic work. Eating an HE there. Planting their feet. Firm foothold held onto this mid side for the T's. And quick reroute towards B. Very decisive. Into the open arms. Zukar finds 2. There's one more still to deal with here, but nothing out of Allen. Falls the B site because of it. And Kraken looking to gather that B site. Could grab themselves series point first, believe it or not here, but there's still some other ideas for Regain. A quick headshot out of Sasha's AK. Decisive into this retake. Juice Boy and Zocker both low as well. Does not make their job any easier.
Zocker's somehow gotten across, though. The op was holding this line, but Dirk moves away, looks elsewhere for the flank. And as that smoke fades on Temple, Huzinko moves in as well. Low HP, timing perfect to take that swing. Unfortunately, Juice Boy misses the mark, and Zoker does too. With just the one, there is just enough time on that bomb as well. And so after 8 unanswered rounds, it's Regain who find match and series point first.
That's crazy. I mean, it felt like they had realized, hey, we had lost our lead. Let's take it back. And
what if we won?
Yeah, as simple as it can be right there. Just win. I mean, mostly Zukar, I feel like having a large amount of impact in these fights, right? I mean, you're talking huge multi-kill in towards E-Box. A lot of damage done after he gets the multi. And a 3v3 retake with a lot of damage done is definitely a position of strength there. Zukar doing it again! Again, he's had impact there. Finds the opening duel, spots out a second. Tanner's in no man's land, needs a flash to escape. Hasn't been able to make it out. Zukar's looking to drag him across the finish line at this point. The op shot help coming through. Oh, Tanner survives and thrives. But he's down by the Molotov. And a 2v4 now to pick up the pieces here for Kraken. Is this really how it's going to end for them? After all the great work on this comeback effort, 3 rounds in a row for Regain, baiting them into this comeback. It's going to be the case. Spray down is good, and it ends. Regain, comeback denied. They will not be able to pass here 1-0. Instead, Regain going to be the team coming out on top in incredible fashion.
I mean, it's a world in which they make all the right moves, and then Regain finds that extra gear. Zukar especially, I think you nailed it talking about him. But that's why this Regain team, you know, after Ray getting poached, grabbed up, and going over to Lag last season, this team still had it. This team still had chances and possibilities. They were still competitive, in no small part to somebody like Zukar, who, you know, so many times I've just seen step up like that. You know, when nobody else is doing it, he's the guy who takes the cake, and he was there the whole game, but everybody else stalled out a little bit and brought that back when Zukar did as well. I gotta say, he's one of the guys on this Regain team that is just so fun to watch.
I mean, absolutely, man. Absolutely electric to see him come alive in those determining moments to say, hey, this lead has been lost. We're no longer in a position of strength. We've got to, you know, find a way to win some rounds, and really a lot of individual efforts coming through out of him. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Big damage done in those fights after he finally goes down, and it just completely changed the tide. When you have a player on a CT side that can bring you consistent multi-kills, you're going to find ways to win rounds, and finally, after a long last, they had Zukar. Unfortunately for him, they only needed him 3 times. He had 3 in the tank, it seemed like, and that's how they close. I mean, it's a really weird game to summarize there, considering that comeback looked all but over, and instead we just have a revival of this team.
Yeah, and you know what? I think as well, my first opportunity getting to see Huzinko, you know, I think like takeaways for me is, you know, that's a guy that was very reliable. Also, funny enough, walk away feeling like bro had some incredible spray control, actually.
Yeah.
Like over the whole series, super confident in his spray. I feel like I've you know, don't ever walk away, especially not in CS2, feeling that way about just about any player. So interested to see if that's like just something that happened this series or is a continuing factor. But like as the whole, Regain, I think, reaching deep into the tank, showing a little bit of that experience that I was talking about, that they've had over the last couple of seasons in order to take this win rather.
Yeah, I mean, and a big deal here being able to start off. There's a lot of good teams right now on the 1-0 side, obviously, So being able to, challenge yourself, start off right with a definitely a matchup that feels like when you look at the upper echelons, the teams that have been winning, it's a great opportunity here to get off on the right foot, because it's not going to get any easier as you continue to win, as you progress throughout the Swiss stage. It's only going to get more and more challenging. So important that this team is able to kind of get on the right foot.
Yeah, and that leads us into an end for our first series. We still got one more best of 3 to jump into here tonight. Where coming up, it's Aether versus Getting Info. New look for Aether. Big reshuffle of their roster with two remaining members from their last iteration, and Getting Info, who have got some fun names that we'll talk a little bit about here in a bit. That being said, we're going to take a break. I think we are scheduled for that game to start like ASAP. So I think we probably got about 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be jumping into that action. So don't go too far. We'll get you started with this last best of 3 in just a few minutes.
You got it.
Time to get this second best of 3 started, and with a little bit of wait time on that last one, I'm interested to kind of see where we stand, because you know what, a almost comeback left me feeling like we could have had a little bit more. Now I get to see if we're going to get that or not. Aether going up against Getting Info, and you know what? It's kind of funny, right? We're seeing kind of a team that's been rocking around at the top of Advanced for ages, it seems, against I don't even know what to call this Getting Info team. A team of stars, I guess, in one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's a roster that has a lot of buzz, a lot of excitement from maybe organizations around the scene that are looking to dip their toes in. I have no idea what's happening with this this roster. I mean, obviously the rumor is that TSM is going to pick them up, but there are so many questions as to when that's going to happen, when that's going to be announced, what they're going to do in ECL, blah, 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 blah. You know, the list goes on of the what ifs or what is going to happen. What we can now answer is how this team is going to perform up against some competition that has a little bit of, you know, maybe name power here in Aether, right? And that's going to be a pretty exciting opportunity because, like you said, star power on the opposing side of Getting Info, but this Aether roster, it has a lot of, you know, exciting potential. And right now, looking at this team here, obviously, you know, the known factors for me are Soul Goat, Atomic, and then MJB, who I've seen, you know, quite a little bit around the scene. And if that's the same Dens from Collegian, I mean, you and I are pretty familiar with him, right? So makes for a pretty exciting roster alongside getting a new look Promise.
Yeah, I think this is a kind of cool return for Promise as well, who, you know, made sort of a debut quite a while ago. I don't remember which season, but 40 something. In ECL with a Snakeston team, if I'm remembering correctly. I think that team didn't necessarily do the greatest, but there's a lot of names on that team that have still been kicking it around. I think that Cyrix and DJF on it. So, and Promise has been working, plying his trade on Daystar throughout the last few seasons of Advanced as well. They've been kind of up in the upper echelon. So as Aether looked to rework their roster around Soul Goat's calling and Atomic, who, you know, has been kind of along here for forever, for as long as I can remember, feels like a huge boon. I mean, the idea to see MJB back in a team where he's not calling as well, or maybe he can be unlocked individually, alongside somebody like Promise, who I think has been, you know, on an individual level was playing really well in the last couple seasons of Advanced. Like, these are moves that on paper really work for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. Alongside Dens, who I really did like watching in Collegiate quite a bit, and I think had a lot of potential to become, one of the up-and-comers. Obviously was super focused on school during a lot of times where, you know, if you're super dedicated into going pro, you're maybe not as much into the CS scene, but good to see him here today. I didn't expect to see him, given that I kind of expected Rhyme to be playing instead.
I'm still trying to figure out if that's the same person. I don't actually know. So.
Oh, yeah, we might be. I believe it is actually going to be Rhyme, because that's what the Dust 2 announcement is going to be said, but I guess that roster...
All I can say is that Aether played with Dens in their first event.
Yeah. So I'd imagine they're going to keep that true here into this matchup. I guess, you know, those questions aside, we can take a look at the more known quantity here with this new look Vanity roster. That is going to be very exciting. I think this team out of the gates is going to bring the potential. My bigger question here, and I think this is a question that not enough people are really asking, is, you know, is Vanity going to be up to the task of stepping into this roster and calling? And while a lot of people have concerns around what Carson can do and the kind of ceiling that he would bring this roster, I think the guarantee is that he can be a great secondary voice to this team. Alongside it, you know, he can he's also got a little bit of fragging power. Like, I know he's not the star, and like I don't think he like usually drags a lot of people's eyeballs, but I definitely think this guy has so much potential when it comes to being able to mold into new positions. He seems just super moldable in that sense, so I feel like there's a little bit of excitement in that for me, at least.
Yeah, I fear I may come off as a slight hater here, because I too have many questions about this roster. And not because I don't believe in the pieces. I think that, you know, the question marks around Vanity definitely there, coming off, to be fair, an impressive showing, like, as a Valorant player, like, just to be very clear, right? But we've seen so many times that swap back just, it isn't as easy as people feel like it should be, and that has always been the case. And I think that Marky's in a spot too where it's like, we know kind of the weakness that he's had in previous situations. I don't know if we're solving those currently. And then you add on to that what is already, feeling like a lot of voices, a lot of strong opinions. This team, it's going to be interesting to see how they come together, is kind of where I'm standing at. But as we look into this veto, unfortunately, no dice for you, my friend Cole. It's Train gone first and foremost. Yeah, a little disappointment there. But to be honest with you, I feel like Mirage is such a comfort for any team that, at this point, getting info has had some time to kind of get settled, I would imagine. But, this is one that, to be fair, Carson on Nouns definitely was very comfy with. And I think that as a returning player in Vanity, Mirage hadn't changed all that much. The meta has, but the map not so much.
Yeah, I mean, pretty stock standard. You also have Carson, who, again, I think is going to bring you a lot of ideas on the map of Mirage, right? This used to be the bread and butter for Nouns. We do get Ancient for Soul Goat, and, that's not a big surprise. The more I watch Advanced Counter-Strike, the more I see Soul Goat on Ancient. So I think that's one of his always long-term strongest calling maps. It always feels like this roster can pull off a little bit of upsets, given the fact that he has so much comfort as an individual alongside as a caller, and I'm interested to see what he's built with this team so far on that map, and then we close things off on Anubis. But yeah, I mean, going back to that conversation about the question marks, I'm right there with you in terms of, some of the issues that I've heard around motivation for like Marky and stuff, that makes me think this team kind of needs to succeed out of the gates, right? We need to see this roster come in swinging, firing on all cylinders. And when you're dealing with like a IGL situation that has to get comfortable in this modern day meta, it does require, this team to get on the right page as soon as, they lift off. And it probably requires, limitations in the kind of turnaround of this team as well. You don't want to be making a lot of roster moves if you want to stay motivated and stay with it. So, the 1-2 pieces I definitely have the most trust in are actually Darty and Dia at the end of things there, and just talk about two players that are going to be able to provide some output. Darty's going to stick his nose to the grindstone no matter what the case is, and Dia's going to be able to bring that consistency on the op after what was a very kind of situation that was full of turmoil in the second part of this last year.
Yeah, I mean, when Dia was performing so well on that Timberman roster that, and Elevate before that definitely you could see some of the issues that were popping up. When he was still performing very well, I think that shows the class that he is as an individual player for sure. So I'm right there with you. Got some concerns, but also some excitement. That's what we walk into this one as. Got a little confirmation, by the way, from my go MJB. Rhyme is indeed dense. So okay. That's what I was anticipating.
Is it the same Dins, just a name change, or is it different?
I'm pretty sure it is the same Dins.
Okay.
But I haven't gone back to. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I haven't gone back to
because he's also Canadian. It could be two Canadian Dins, but how likely is that? We'll have to go back to the drawing board, though, here. So Will getting info blasted out of this round with the triangulated defense that's been set up. Darty still, though, offering up some coverage, and it is Darty to step forward into this bomb site, trading things out and breaking that powerful triangle down piece by piece. He's got to figure out a way to plant the bomb, though. That's a whole nother task. Taps it. Baits out a little peek and poke and prod from Dins, who steps forward right into the open arms of Carson, who will catch him. And Soulgoat has to now come up clutch out of the gates.
Great awareness as well from Darty, knowing that Soulgoat could be on catwalk, that B player is still lurking, available, and so doesn't allow himself to be bested by planting too far out in the open. Carson now just has to play some easy Counter-Strike, meaning Don't peek, don't swing. Let Darty handle business, and Darty has handled it very nicely indeed. He's got 4 kills. That's a 3-man setup on A that is so difficult to break open, especially when MJB gets that first shot, and this happens. Now Darty somehow wins everything here. That's just insane, and this is why, I mean, this is why you had trust. This is why you said this is a guy that you trust to deliver. That's the reason. He can do this so often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a guy unshaken by the fact that he's been without an organization for so long, since the wild card days, that he has the jersey on right now of, that he's wearing in this picture. I mean, he's just been a soldier. He's been showing some high highs, and maybe he's hit like a small slump there and when Boss was going through a lot of those turnaround with the roster changes, but, you know, got back into it very quickly. And was able to get them to like some impressive RMR performances, things like that, that just really goes to show the work ethic.
Oh, and that's Carson, who's crept up the catwalk. Nobody ready for it, nobody prepared. And so this force buy is safe. At least an attempt at it for Aether. Bro, we gotta get Darty a new profile picture, though. Like, for real, man. Bro doesn't even look like the same person now. I saw him at Frag 18.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's looking sharp.
Like,
I like the mullet, but...
I do too. That's not a...
He got rid of it, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
But he also, like, again, just looks like a different person. I mean, it's been a few years here. And, more than a hairstyle change. I don't know. I found it really funny looking back at this photo.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks different for sure. Surprised to see it. Maybe that's all that traveling there. But,
yeah, that's true.
Looking good. He's been looking good here. He looked really cool in that boss. What was it? The boss. Did you see the jackets that they had from Perfect World?
Yes, I did.
They were sweet, man. I was super jealous.
I was talking to Cryptic about it. He's like, "Yeah, they're amazing, but they all smell like fish." Is what he said.
Interesting. Well, that might be Cryptic's personal problem, you know.
Oh, it might have been. I didn't follow up and ask with anybody else.
It might just be him. Well, my jacket smells like, buddy, put some deodorant on, how about?
What?
That's nasty.
Dude, that was a shot that I don't know about. Just not sure.
Nice
you
start,
see what
though.
it says? It says it in the feed. That means it's real. Ooh. Hi, Atomic.
Oh! Another one. Any more? I mean, I'd be terrified to test this guy's Deagle, and they are. So instead, the collapse comes through from Promise and Solgo. And still a chance, though. Carson now with a difficult spot to fight through. Doesn't commit to that fight, actually. Could have had a little chance to isolate onto MJB. Instead, he's going a long way around. Destin Solgo instead here.
Solgo's low.
He's got a good off angle. Shadow seen, but Solgo catches him in that off angle. Low on HP, but if you avoid the bullets, it doesn't matter. And Aether, off the shoulders of Dins, they're initially sneak around away early.
I mean, I think that's a massive thing to talk about for Aether, right? Like, this team, when you're talking about like adding some firepower, I think in the peak of what I know MJB is capable of that we haven't seen in quite a while. Him in-game leading previously, and then Promise, who I know we mentioned. If Solgo can step up a little bit in some of these games too, this Aether team has a lot of legs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm right there with you. Absolutely. Promise able to step forward towards the middle. This great collapse comes through, and I like the idea of falling back so quickly, not overextending for this mid control. Not too desperate to hold on to it, but happy with the opening advantage of sidelining Carson and then falling out thereafter. Maintaining that man advantage here. That's always a key asset to have. And look at this. On top of that, I mean, you shouldn't overextend because you have A main control completely. Dins is pushed through A main. Just taking that space. Continuing to develop on this flank. And have a tough fight ahead of him, though. Yeah, that's a really difficult duel. Does some good damage, but Dins does fall.
So now that reaction has to be for Atomic to turtle up a little bit in CT. He's got Solgoat watching his flank, but they come, crunch forward. Just getting info, get in to the A-bomb site. Atomic still has the angle, and Darty in close range. There's not much of anything. Marky's got the only flashbang that was there. Vanity's going to catch the rotation of MJB, and he's going crazy for it. Good movement, though, to escape without too much to contend with. Aether, they have their avenue back in. They got to take a quick step forward.
Still difficult to give over this jungle control, given the positioning. Yeah, I mean, that's a big problem. Giving over that jungle positioning is a huge deal. Now, Diaz has to fight in the flames and does find two. Fantastic from Dia. And the follow-through eventually comes through on a promise as well. A little concerning that the jungle control gets taken away from Vanity there initially. But redeemed by Dia fighting throughout the flames and winning this round in a big way. Look at this. I mean, just pure panic should be setting in, but his crosshair is nice, calm, cool, and collected. Close that round.
Something that Dia really provides, and that has kind of been a real breath of fresh air as a player that was kind of previously unknown coming into the North American space, where he's a very explosive AWP player, but he can do it on the rifle, and he does so very often.
Yeah, I mean, also this just feels like a map that is his playground here. That just can determine, dictate rounds so easily with his impact. And fantastic molly there. Look at this from Carson. Impressive stuff. Lines up the molly, then tosses in a little bit of smoke spam to offer it up. And this window control systematic from this T side. They do struggle to deal with Soul Goat in the meantime, but definitely see this roster has a little bit of cohesion, some gelling that's being done in the protocols.
Still, after the smoke starts to fade in the mid-battle, it's even until Vanity catches Dens on the extremity. Aether have been incredibly active on that A push, both Palace and Ramp now, caught in both scenarios. So, something that they're going to have to keep in mind as this map continues. Aether, they have the stack up here towards B, though, and that's exactly where Getting Info are headed. So, this is a little scary.
That it is. Soul Goat will fall. A nice upward flick there from Atomic. Can make anything else happen here in this position. Back against the wall, no room to move. I thought he had that. Darty, though, will not allow for any further shenanigans there. Closes out that kill to seal the deal. And Getting Info's able to survive on that B site.
Basically, all of these rounds quite competitive, but if at the end of it, Getting Info is coming away with the victories, I don't know that means much of anything to Aether. Head into this one with pistols only. And Carson, I think that this is what you and I both talking about when we refer to his familiarity and comfort on the map of Mirage. You know, especially considering, you know, his role in Nouns and how active he probably was in the game plan. Like, it just feels like he's at home here.
Opportunity to build something when Carson's been kind of sticking with this this squad for so long, right? I mean, obviously Timberman was like a short stint. That was like a whole interesting affair. That's where I really kind of got my eyes open to his ability to adjust to new situations, because he hasn't had to for so long.
Fucking Dia?
No, Carson.
Oh, I forgot that happened.
Yeah, he was there for like a month or so.
I forgot that happened. I was so confused.
Yeah. Which is, you know, partially what some of the questions around this roster and like ECL and stuff like that is how they're gonna deal with those slots. But yeah, I mean, with how he was able to mold himself to new positions in that team, was really impressed. So I feel like with a whole new project, he's proven that he can be a moldable piece. And that's key when you're building things. You gotta have pieces that can adjust. Fast B play off the back of Dia's opening pick towards middle. He's in charge of cutting off rotates. Vanity's in charge of throwing some flashbangs that perfectly connect onto MJB. Entries manufactured. Round essentially all but confirmed, as Soul Goat and Dens now have to work through this situation. Knife out, it's not going to do him any favors. Walking right into the hands of Dia.
Getting info, kind of start this game, testing waters, seeing what mid-control looks like, what Aether want to do, and unfortunately, it's kind of been a non-factor. Like, the mid-presence for Aether has just... it's not been entirely gone, entirely empty, but it's certainly been lacking. And I think now getting info, starting to find that there isn't too many guardrails that they can't bump up against and find success with, so already helping bail them out of a pistol round that was going wrong. Aether get one gun round, but they've got nothing further.
Got Carson nailing down a double. Having some fun towards the middle before getting Deeg down. But that one round that they do have is, you know, Dens with the double on the Deeg to start it all off. Well, they've got 2 kills with the Deagle now. 3v3 action, they still haven't dealt with Atomic. Great flashbang coming through over CT. Vanity caught, back turn, but Marky able to stabilize. And they know, or at least have a decent idea of where MJP is.
Maybe not. Certainly on the lookout now. One sidestep gives Dia the space to work. Collect his. Leading, getting info into another round victory. Let's talk a little bit about maybe like where this is at right now for Aether. Where are they going wrong? Do they need to be working towards that mid presence more?
They had a good, you know, attempt. They had Promise flying up catwalk for one of those duels. I think they've had good initial setup. It just comes down to being able to maintain those advantages, but that's tough to do when you don't have them in this situation. But yeah, I mean, their target is to set more towards middle. A little bit more reinforcements. But this setup doesn't provide a lot of comfort right now. Soul Goat's very forward and towards middle. They're already down a player. And Soul Goat's route out of this round is limited. He's just going to have to rely on his aim.
Fortunately, not reliable in that moment. Does a boatload of damage. 6 health remains for Vanity, but not the win you're looking for. The chances of victory on this round really starting to dwindle. Oh my, never mind. Promise, he's picked him up through the smoke. Just quite random, but pretty close to it on that spam. Atomic forced back with a Molotov. So the A site gathered and taken. The bomb now planted for getting info. This is such a power position for Darty.
Not gonna stop this retake effort before it even starts. MJP's not gonna clear this. Not this late into the round. Those are decisions you have to sacrifice at that point. Time's ticking very quickly past half tick now, and yeah, that's gonna encourage Promise to back out. One jumping kill from Vanity. But the round's already determined. Money's plentiful for the side of getting info, so sending a little bit downrange can't hurt too much, especially if you hold on to that op, crucially. 1 to 8. And a different, you know, route here, a lot more mid-centric. Maybe things could have changed if Soul Goat's able to collect that kill. I probably would have, because that was the bomb, but as he falls, it just continues to compound on Aether.
Yeah, it really hurts when Dia's picking off Dens at the very beginning of a round. just so confident.
Since those 2 D kills here, it's been a lot of good aggression from Dens that's been punished, though, by getting info. And now speeding up, he gets an opportunity to sink here. A lot of damage done. And eventually able to capitalize on those kills. But the mid-prong here, Darty again pulling rounds back for the brink here. Carson as his backup. They crack on through with nothing but resiliency into this A side. MJB's got to do heavy lifting here.
It's a back turn, though. That'll be helpful. That's Darty who's gone. The bomb collected on his back as he sprints through T-spawn. Carson going to meet up with him, trying to take the space before MJB and Dins arrive on scene. And they will beat the timing. Oh my goodness, Carson just wants the fight. And that's a fight that he just isn't poised to win. Falling, not ready, not prepared, as Dia heads to A.
Got the info at the very least. Ooh, a little trickery. Smoke down on towards the side. That should speed them up as they hear that bloom. They see it now. And Dia, here's the aggression on Catwalk and steps forward for a kill on the healthy player. Now it's just Dens. Unknown, though. A complete unknown factor. Do you think they were grouped up here? That's the question that Dia has to ask. Bombs planted. Stepping forward with utility. A little lackadaisical. As Dens will be able to complete the mission. A key facilitator in both rounds. One here is Dens. A multi-kill in both, but trying to breathe life into this Aether roster crucially.
Yeah, I mean, talk about having that impact when it's required, right? Nothing but when it's needed, and he's got it. I do have questions kind of about where Dia's anticipating that second player to be if he's not CT. You know, where is he? Other than Catwalk, but Dens will certainly take advantage. Money quite strong, getting info even after the buy. Still got cash to splash around. Carson, I mean, it's back to business as usual for him. He and Marky just taking such absurdly confident duels here in mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a surprise at all there. See a confident rifle core here on this getting info squad. Breaking past this defensive measure. Boosting Marky into window now as well. And just forcing these rotates to move as much as possible. As you can see, there's just so much motion in the defense. So go. He's got the read. He's got the idea, but he's got 2 less teammates now for it as well. And as soon as that happens, and then Marky gets a back turned as his reward, and he gets to cut off rotates. MJB somehow wins that duel. That shelving provides a lot of protection. Maybe it's got a good shelf life there.
I'd say so. You caught me off guard on that one. I do think that's like the 3rd time we've seen that duel actually today. From the shelf perspective. I think that Aether just running into the buzzsaw that is this core. I think a lot of individuals that can change the way this game will be played around mid, and you know, it's also something where you're talking about Carson is not like necessarily a fragger, and that's true. You know, we saw that especially as Nouns tried to take that next step up. I think that became a bit more of a problem when we're talking about them trying to get towards international competition, but he's never had a problem against, you know, teams like Aether, teams kind of trying to break their way out of advanced. That's kind of his bread and butter, is able to really frag even against these types of teams.
I mean, this definitely is prime zone for him. Showing that confidence in the fire he's taken. And again, I think like this team has the pieces here to build it. It is all about maintaining that motivation, being able to bring in consistent results, and again, the question marks around the organizational support as well. But definitely has the pieces.
TSM have never had those questions.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I welcome it, but still waiting on it to happen. Otherwise, for now, we're still getting info on whether or not that's gonna take place.
You're on fire.
Thank you. I feel like I'm having a good night here.
You are. See if getting info can continue to have a good night. 9-2 is the current score, and they're gonna get the bomb down. But Aether are all grouped up here. I mean, 3 players towards spawn. So the CT approach, as Atomic watches for any maneuvering through the murder hole, can maintain some semblance of jungle control as he gets back by. MJB currently isolated, in a position where he's going to have some trouble getting active, I feel. But he's going to have to wait for this first contact. That's made, and it's a bloodbath. There ain't nobody left. And now MJB's like, okay, well, I guess I'll go in, but go into death. That is the epitome of being a B player, what MJB just experienced.
Now it's my turn. That buzzsaw is deadly. Yeah, no, that was just perfect cohesion right there. Beautiful. Beautiful setup on the post plants. I was having a tough time imagining that going wrong for the side of getting info, to be honest with you. You can see why. I mean, look at this contact. You got Carson with that first kill. Marky under Belk swings off the contact of that. Yeah, it's not going to be broken down. Even with the man advantage, it does not matter at all. Not when you're dealing with positions as strong as that. But a good position to be in for Aether is that bomb heading in towards A quickly. Without question, we're going to see the retake attempt here. Vanity tasked with trying to provide some damage protection while knowing this bomb is heading his way.
Well, it's a question of the post plant here, and it's great post plant positioning. Atomic deep in jungle. You've got Promise as well, ready to go, and Soulgoat to kind of maneuver off of each and every one of these guys. Soulgoat will get traded. Swing comes through, and now there's questions. Is Promise relegated? With Atomic over in towards the side is... Oh, Carson's getting the full defuse! Wait a second! I didn't realize he was sticking, and he does hold it down. Doesn't matter that Dens grabs a couple for the road. It's an 11th round for getting info.
My God. Yeah, Dia looking sharp with the USP shots, but like you said, sneaking in all the while was this defuse that takes the round away. I like the position that Soulgoat's playing, but it is just a lot of firepower on the other end of the crosshair then. Those trades come through just so quick. Lineup is a bit brutal.
I mean, everybody's
just... job easier.
Everybody's just falling back there, right? Like, not able to take those duels, and that makes Soulgoat's good position turn into one that's deadly.
Yeah. And instead on the other end of things, you see a getting info roster that's, trusting in that retake with conviction. That's going in with nothing to lose. Flash setup. Nicely handled by MJB. Takes a lot of damage for his trouble, but... a trade back in return here, shutting down Carson, who's been in form. 181 damage, though, in this round. Still a lot. I'm actually interested to take a look at their roles here that this team is playing. Darty, obviously, a known anchor of the teams that he's played on in the past year. Vanity will shut down the aggression and rub it in. But when I was watching Carson, he was playing as an A anchor on Timberman. Obviously a lot more used to like his connector positioning on Nouns in the past. I think he's going to go back to playing in connector.
I think so.
Potentially. I mean, maybe it could be Marky, but I know Marky to be a little bit more, passive, I would say. And Carson is the guy that's going to put himself in the fight as much as possible.
I also think that we've just seen that Timberman, that core, they don't give incoming players good spots.
Yeah, exactly.
At all. like even if they're really good. So I think that's just what happened there. And this could be the end. Looking like it might just be. Or hold on, MJB grabbing his with the Tech 9, and the HE will complete a equalizer, 3-on-3, and MJB into a very sneaky position. He's been shown a lot of respect. Yeah, fully evacuating the area.
And tough fight ahead, Vanity. Couple question marks, but a missed jump. Gonna force them to maybe rethink the end goal. Already kind of backed into this B site. Long range duel won by his MP9. Providing so much time for his rotation to get involved onto the scene. Now it has to be MJB to try and seal this one in. Darty reload I thought was heard, but maybe not registered. And MJB looks a little dazed and confused, still able to track the kill in time. As Vanity now has to come in to try and close it out here. The new guy back in CS2, or I guess into CS2 I should say, is now tasked with closing out his team's very first map. Can he do it as MJB is not aware of the walkout through market door, getting info, close it out with confidence, and set the tone for this team's success.
Yeah, 13-2 is it's a stunner. It is absolutely a stunner, and especially for debut here in CCT, it shows what they're made of. Hey, it's their map pick, to be fair, and for all the reasons and more that we talked about, one that they can feel confident on. I think just about everybody there, we kind of talked about reasons that they, even as individuals, beyond just the team perspective, enjoy a bit of Mirage. But that being said, I think we also got to see that they mean business on an individual level, and I don't think that was ever in question. All the question marks that we had were all about the team as a whole. How does it fit together? What's the cohesion look like? And that looked good too. I mean, I think it's hard to really take anything too much away from a performance like that that's so dominant. But from what we did see, they had the big moments individually, but they were working together very well.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a nice showing coming through. A pleasant surprise to see such comfort in between these players. Also, again, I want to see how these roles shape up long term, and it feels like this is a team that can get people on the right page, everyone to unify very quickly, and that's a credit to a little bit of sacrifice from some very sacrificial players like Darty, who's willing to play in those tougher positions. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what the future holds for this team out of the gates, because I respect the floor that Solgoat and his teams in the past bring to the table. I know they come in with some good game plans. It'll be exciting to see what they bring on Ancient. But in terms of challenging now this fight back on the series, it's looking a whole lot more difficult given the fact that we are seeing getting info looking as good as they are out of the gates.
Yeah, and definitely some upside that we'll talk about, though, for the Solgoat-led squad of Aether coming into Ancient. But before we do that, it's going to be a quick break. It'll be about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to see if getting info can close this in a quicker fashion if Aether have something to say. Be right back. Oh, it's an uphill battle, man. What does it say about North American Counter-Strike, Cole, that we've had 3 10-2 halves in 4 maps of play? Are we cooked? Is it over for us, or does that mean we're winning? What does it mean?
I don't know. I mean, the 10-2, I guess it means there's a lot of one-sided halves in the end of the day. I will say it's been kind of surprising to see at least some mental resiliency come back in that last series. You know, it was pretty impressive to see some fight, some heart being shown, some grit. I think that's always pretty nice because those 10-2 halves can come by and you can see like a very quick mental crush of a game there, which is maybe what we saw last game, to be fair. But we'll see what sort of resiliency Aether can bounce back with here in this one. Maybe it's a good sign for NA at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like that. Glass half full. We are looking into Ancient, though, to be fair. And you mentioned that this is a comfort zone for Solga, and I'll back you on that one. I mean, we've seen a lot of good stuff, I think, from Aether just as a comfort, but, you know, from Soulgoat specifically, this is a map that, whether it be in Advanced or, you know, over at Northwood, those guys love to play on this map too. Like, this is definitely comfortable for them. And, you know, just to extend that a little bit too, I know that this is something where it's a comfortable map for like MJB as well. So there is something to be said about that. There is problems though, and that is that, man, getting info on an individual level just were so much better when it came to, you know, you get down into those late round scenarios. You had Darty, you had Carson, or actually more early round for Carson, but like Darty consistently kind of bringing things back. Dia was in the same boat. Like those consistencies that we saw from them were sort of an unstoppable force.
Yeah. I mean, even when I saw the ideas of adaptation, when I saw good fundamentals being played out by Aether on Mirage, it didn't really feel like that led to success in terms of rounds. What was necessary for round wins was, you know, a cheeky little multi-kill, put it into like a 5v3, and then they were able to get their 2 rounds. So those were the kind of ways that they were closing it out. Obviously, it makes, you know, sense, but there wasn't a lot of opportunities for advantages taken by Aether, and when they were taken, and it wasn't like a complete, you know, kind of overwhelming victory, it did feel like it was kind of nullified pretty quickly by getting info. So that level of play definitely coming into fruition. I want to see if that changes here on Ancient, where, like we had highlighted, it's more comforting territory. Confirmation though, I asked Soulgoat if it was the collegiate, you know, the guy that we knew from Ryerson, right? So
Yeah,
it is the guy from Ryerson. So I'm glad to see him back, because it has been like a long time since I've seen him kind of taking competition as serious as like this team, at least for me. So looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, that was throwback is that they had that crazy like lower bracket run. Did Ryerson get to a final, which was a lot of fun. I think that it's gonna have to be some of that energy out of Aether tonight, unfortunately. Especially after we had like the almost comeback story, reverse sweep, then taken out in that first best of 3. I do have we have a moment, so I have a more prodding question for you actually whilst we have that moment. This getting info team, you know, assuming that they're gelling well, kind of like what we saw, where do you put them? You know, I'm putting you in the position of like a power ranker.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you put them right now? Because I mean, there's no question that they are, you know, an ECL team, whether they get the spot or not, right? I think that we both agree that they are of that quality for sure. Where do you put them, kind of in the North American ECL space?
Like the question, I think it's like difficult here because you're looking at, you know, M80s. Now Complexities, who I would kind of drop down into that tier of like, okay, their qualification is kind of up in the air for like a lot of these events. Wild cards are the upper echelon, right? That's, you know, S tier, I would say, for these teams. You know, not counting Liquid, because I think they're on like a tier 1 level. Then you dip down a tier below that, and you're talking about the, you know, I guess Nouns, if that project is still kind of working through. I actually am really high on NRG. I just want to see them develop a little bit more, and like that is probably where I would put TSM as well, is that tier. And obviously there's opportunities to shift up and down for this team. I think a large part of it is depending on like how much organizational support this roster can get, first of all, how much, you know, chances in Europe taking the advice of all of the other top echelon teams that I just mentioned. They're all boot camping in EU, taking it serious, really locked in, showing results because of it. So that's like probably going to be another question that I have, is if this team gets the chance to make those moves.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's kind of about where I would put them. We are heading in. I do have one follow-up question because I'm trolling. I just want to know your opinion. You enjoying that bro move?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm a big fan. I think it's a bit unfortunate because I thought Breezy was a bit of an underrated factor, and a lot of people hated on him when I thought they were maybe just one roster move away, and I thought, you know, bringing in George was the move, but we'll see if that pans out here. So we got Carson with the dual Berettas. We got the quaddies on B, and those quaddies are deleting the T side completely. Destroyed, blasted out of the round, and it is the full house between those two.
Yeah, little team ace on that side between Carson and Markey. Double dualies. It's a deadly duo, I would say. Both those individuals and the two pairs of dualies on the B site. It can just be, I mean, it's literally carpeting that entire ramp with bullets is kind of the way that goes. And you don't really have to be all that accurate either.
All you gotta do is hold mouse 1 pretty quickly. Do the trick just nicely.
That is a skill in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Talk about, like, carpal tunnel, things like that.
They make it look so easy. I didn't used to be a dualies enjoyer. Like, I never bought them, never used them. Is I'm a bit of a like meta slave personally. You know, I don't like to get creative when I'm playing the games. But you know, pull them out here and there, pick them up, and I'm like, wait, it's not as free as it looks.
Yeah, they make it look easy for sure. I do like
it's sort of free, but like not that free.
I get you. Definitely looks easier than how things show out.
So anyway, now that I've waffled about dualies for 45 seconds, now Aether going in. I mean, they're Glock strong, a deagle or two in there. But, I mean, it's pretty much all of the kills go into the SMGs too. So you're getting what you wanted.
Just what the doctor ordered there. Nice little cash injection. Wish the doctor would order me a cash injection.
I keep waiting.
When's that gonna come?
Yeah. I just show up to doctor's offices nowadays.
Please.
I think it'll happen.
Doc, I'm feeling sick.
I need it.
I'm broke. In. Starty. Looking to break the spine of this T side. And that's one way to do it there. Again, just denying some of the comfort of this team in terms of the map control on this D side. And that is mission accomplished already. B lane control maintained. A little victory over towards middle. And that is exactly the start that you were hoping for to continue to dominate this matchup.
I never seen nobody look so comfortable flying with an MP9 as Markey just did. It looked like that was all part of the plan every single time. First bullet headshot. Feels bad. At least if you're solo go. Nasty off angle for Dia as well. So MJB, who's trying to respond to the fact that Aether have lost everything else on the map just by taking space towards A, seeing what has been given over, finds that there's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. What? It's just inked up through the smoke.
So things couldn't get much more difficult here for this squad. Just break on through, blast past this competition again, and that is the sort of start that I was a little worried to see here for the comeback of this team here and try to get, you know, mentally back into this matchup, is if they could kind of get this map control away from this T side or CT side, and if that's any indication of what's to come, if we see a lot more of that, I think this matchup going to continue to be a difficult one.
Oh, dude, the nades, the HEs, they're so deadly. 3 players tagged down to under 50 HP. Carson Gonna get some free shooting, but then the flashbang comes in, and he's so blinded, allows for SoulGoat to continue forward. It's Dins who takes up that space that SoulGoat created, but loses his life. SoulGoat and Atomic, the duo, stays together. Fortunately broken apart by AKs of Darty. Triple kill for him to continue to have getting info a 4th round. I will say, the way that started for Aether, where they get airstriked and there's 3 players at less than 50 health to get into the site. The fact they get a bomb plan out of that's actually huge.
They managed to make the most out of what looked to be kind of a broken setup. As you highlighted, getting a bomb plant's good. I think this team definitely concerned at the moment with just securing rounds and finding a way to plant their feet in this matchup. They have just struggled to do at the moment. And trying to force some respect from this team here and put a fight back in is not going to be an easy task here. Again, Carson just lines up a multi around the smoke. MJB does offer up something in return, but more confidence being shown from Carson to contain complete control of this mid side. Might have a challenger here up soon here. Dins from the top rope. Connects a headshot, and there's something. A little 3v3 action.
Marky actually relatively close to victory. Tia doesn't actually spot out.
Oh, that's gonna be
a little bit of
vision.
Dins that was shown, and he's gonna walk through into Dins' crosshair. Getting info. Don't have a lot of options other than push. They are going to, but Aether, they've got an open avenue, but they're not taking it yet. They're really slow about this, and so slow that thought maybe that would be a problem. No, SoulGoat actually just perfectly aware.
There we go. SoulGoat gonna catch the last. Couple of kills there. Aether rocking on the board early despite the opening success of getting info. Getting a little aggressive in that 4v3. And being punished. So that's the sort of respect I think they do need to kind of force off. I mean, I will say getting info, we're doing exactly that in that last round. Trying to figure out where the opposition remained. But all of their fact-finding missions got punished. And they're being able to respond in a big way there because of it. Now they're straight back into the early duels here. Cat control being attempted. Vision around that smoke. That's a great line of sight from Promise.
Interesting. Not the full like lane utility set either. SoulGoat noticing that. I think that starts to give you some indication of the mid presence that's there. So getting info. Losing Carson early, I mean, he's a comfort factor here for them. We've talked about it for Aether, but I mean, Carson constantly on Nouns put himself in kind of those very aggressive positions in mid as well on this map. Little shadow spotted MJB. Will bait out the bit of utility that Darty's still holding on to, and oh my goodness, I didn't think it would do that much damage, but MJB goes down from the nade.
Just gonna provide some relief, some smokes line in. But there's just so much resistance on this A side. 3 players, 1 less because Dia misses, collapses, and Darty didn't register that at all. You won't expect Vanity here though with the quick rotation. On the scene where he needs to be. Steps forward with another kill there and dives back in, stays alive. How did he get away with his life? That's unreal. Marky's gonna have an incredibly tough time though getting involved in this retake, and Promise will ensure that fact. Vanity somehow still standing.
I mean, if he was a little healthier, maybe he steps back in for this, but honestly, he's sticking around more than I thought he would. Trying to get an exit at 19 health. This seems so dangerous.
The bomb would have got him if the gun didn't there.
I mean, yeah, but an open avenue to go over towards B. I don't know.
I'm surprised, to be honest with you. That is definitely a shock.
I mean, either way, getting info still hold the lead, but now they're going to be in some trouble. Probably going to see that lead wither somewhat. As Darty's got a hero rifle, some pistols and armor. Deagle for Dia as well is always a deadly opportunity, but JB will start out on the right foot.
Promise. Already so deep lurked out. Darty. That rifle kind of offering up the coverage to trade out the pistols. The missed up shot's going to create a lot of chaos, and I don't think you're escaping this one. Atomic has to try and find anything else extra. Limited to a single. Not the end of the world there, especially with the space that's gathered in this fast flank. Formulating quickly. MJB, surprise, surprise, towards Red Room and locking down these kills. Stabilizes the round here, but still has to pick up the bomb. Up against Darty. They're going to look to join forces here.
And now there's no further questions about the location. Darty, he's grabbed the instant win there, at least onto Dens. But MJB, such a important round for him. He's 4 kills deep. He gets out A. He finds the opener. It was Marky taking that aggressive stance. And whilst mid falls one by one, MJB comes up on the flank to save the day.
Bit of damage here, but Aether providing some fight back here in a big way. 3 rounds in a row. Getting him back on the right track. Late assembly on that boost. And again, so much emphasis towards middle. So much emphasis to try and fight this catwalk to take control of B lane. That's all information gathered. Wow, Marky slides by, but Dins can't track it. And Marky, a little lackadaisical. That's an easy trade back from Soul Goat. Seems like definitely a breakdown in some sort of communication there.
Yeah, maybe Dins was like playing anti or something. I don't know.
Sometimes the moving target's difficult to hit too.
I
feel like fair. That was the more. I mean, maybe you're right though.
I'm playing coverage right now.
I do appreciate that. You know, benefit of the doubt there. But walking right into the crosshairs. This is patience being shown up from Aether, and they punish the aggression. Constantly trying to gather up some info here. Dia, he spams down a little bit of bullets so that Darty can hold down the line. It's so smart, but in unison, they still strike back here between the op and MJB. Stepping forward, though, Carson's already on the scene. You can't anticipate this sort of quickness, but you can punish when you have the read. And MJB comes in clutch back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, that's 7 for MJB in the last 2 rounds. That is absolutely incredible. For a guy that was often kind of left out in the lurch as a B player on the CT side of Mirage, didn't have a lot of impact. That is the impact felt. And I think this is Getting Info's first hack of this series. But I do think that, you know, this is a good example of the experience that Getting Info has. They won map 1 13-2, and you know it's just been tied up, and they're taking the tack. This is good decisions.
They're definitely forcing a little bit of respect on their name right now here. Ancient's looking great on punishing a lot of activity out towards middle, but again, moving targets difficult to track down. But they find it eventually. How does Darty win that? 22 HP, but not fading away. Puts a lot of panic into Promise, and a jumping Marky is going to claim the kill. But again, Solgo making a proactive move out of this B site. or ASAT, I should say, and that being claimed should settle the nerves here, a little bit of Aether.
That smoke helps out a lot for Aether, but it also allows getting info to maybe resettle themselves. Den's late lurk. Up through elbow. Oh, this could be the change. This could be it.
Oh.
I mean, Darty should have been dead. But Den's making a great decision. Getting out of there fast, but this bomb denied by a Molotov? No. Soul Goat doesn't burn. Thought that was on the money, but fortunately, just out of cash. Atomic, his AWP's got a lot to do, and he's got Soul Goat right next to him at Brokey. Smoke allows a ton of coverage. That's massive. Vanity will put the pressure on. And with Diaz swinging wide, it's Soul Goat all alone with Diaz MP9 in his face. That 3v3 retake is so important, and getting info off the back of their tack, find a win.
Yeah, that bomb being tapped right there, and it immediately baits an op shot. It was so valuable. This 4v3 as well. Marky sliding in, getting this quick kill. Dins is kind of in no man's land. And Atomic doing good work with that op, but obviously, as you can see, look at this position he's in. He pops a shot off through that smoke, off the panic of that bomb tap, and that's just good fundamental Counter-Strike right there. Being able to threaten the idea of a defuse, getting those shots baited out, finding the kill off the back of it. The dream scenario with the closeness and nature of these rounds as well. It's straight onto the Tech 9s off the back of that one loss, despite 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that hurts, but I mean, it goes back to what you said, right? MJB clutching up twice in 1v1s in that run of rounds, and those are the most recent too. So I guess that's a trade that you'll take. Atomic, though, very low. Aether very much decisive right now. They are gone. Like a quick wind, they move away out of the B side of the map, and they're going to group at A. Now, the only issue I see is that there's nothing really for them to get onto the A-bomb site with. One flash, one molly.
This is a pretty common situation here for Darty. Loves to play like that with the Molotov out, but I think he thought that they would have to respect that Molotov, and that was not the case at all. So he gets caught with the utility out, and this round has to be recovered from the rest. Couple kills from Carson to set the mood. Same for Vanity here as Atomic left in the back of the Donut here. A chance, though. A real opportunity to try and pull this round away. Dia with the line on the shot there has to go for some hopeful smoke. Spam connects the kill. All of a sudden, the round thrown up into the mix. And Dia is tapping the bomb. He's not going for the full stick, though. He does have a kit, so he does have time. And they get to walk away with the round, but almost a complete robbery. A crime here taken away from Atomic as he goes for that clutch.
I mean, he does all the right things there. Got to commit to the spam at the end of that one, and I think Dia just a little too quick when it came to getting on target with that FAMAS. Picked up as well. Complex spot to be working with the op. 2 rounds left in the half, and we're going to see Getting Info take their second tack. As, honestly, I feel like they've got a pretty good understanding of what they've been doing well, what they've been doing less than stellar. Aether, on the other hand, I feel like getting some time to hang out, talk things over, despite it being Getting Info's tactical. You're not going to see that happen very often for Darty.
No, not quite. I mean, also, I don't know what happened with that Molotov, but that's the CT mollies there, I think, partially responsible for that, but also, again, just very lackadaisical in that approach. I'm right there with you. I mean, something he's very comfortable with doing. I've seen that play work for him like 1,000 times, so surprised to see it break down that comfortable, or that rough, but Carson, dangerous game towards middle. His Promise has been super confident in control. So is Marky, though. With his MP9, he flies around the map, and look at where he is, man. That's so surprising for SoulGoat.
I mean, at this point, honestly, shouldn't be so surprising, but yeah. It's been there often. Dia, even aware of the fact that there's a little bit of an opening there, despite Marky's position. Creep up through mid in response out of Aether, and Promise, there's that confidence you were just talking about. As MJB on the extremity continues to push the issue, but Carson in response is there. Atomic and Promise. Not exactly prime in their positioning, but Atomic, as long as he can get Promise into position to work with him, that smoke is so very valuable. Unfortunately, it gets tossed in a second too late.
They're going to be eliminated from the rest of his team, but the HEs just really put him into a corner. He's not going to be able to fight his way out of this situation. Charged out of the round. And getting info starting to take care of business. Despite the 0-4 run, we highlighted the multiple clutches that were required to get there. Those are fantastic, but it does just go to show that getting info, it feels like they've either been close or they're winning these rounds. And that does put them in a nice position, especially to try and end off this half up against the Techs. We'll see if they speed up towards B. We haven't seen a whole lot of that.
No, I mean, and that's actually crazy. Full half of
No B rushes.
of Ancient and no B rushes, yeah. MJB trying to get active on that area. It's just not meant to be. In that case, Vanity working some good stuff from the cave side, but isolated off from his teammate, and he'll go down. So with the bomb planted, there's still a disadvantage for Aether, but they have long control. They have space to work with, and SoulGoat's taking full advantage of it. He's got support as well, and Promise comes in at a perfect time to clear out even inside that smoke. Darty, he's the man who's all alone. And on that reload, Atomic, he's got all the info.
As in the palm of his hands. There's a great fundamental of this map being put on display. If you don't have cave control, you better make sure that you go and pressure that long side and maybe take CT as an avenue away from the players trying to retake. And that's exactly what they do. I mean, the effective utility to get into that bomb site, but also being able to establish that long side control gets you those round wins when you don't actually have a lot of control on the site proper. So great direction from Aether, and maybe a delayed B rush there, but it gets the job done, and we do see it at least one time in the half.
That timing on Promise too was phenomenal coming
Absolutely.
through cave.
Well, we're gonna see the quaddies again here, maybe full effect as they're positioning towards cave. Instead, mid to A is the play, and those still double dualies have to do it from a different direction here. And that they do. Atomic holds down the line for one. Promise gets one, so a couple of trades, but that's a bomb dropped in spawn. Uproots the round in a big way. And they're gonna have to try and fight for that control here.
I mean, they've already lost it. To be fair, there's just a fight, a duel. It's gonna have to come through. They got so many bodies, but they're not doing a good job. Or Aether are playing together. They're honestly so split up. Giving them the opportunity to not just grab the bomb, but take a kill, and now they can play defense. Carson gets those numbers punched in, but Atomic dismisses Vanity. It's Carson again and again in this game, and at 14 HP, one bullet was all that was required onto Atomic. Carson with the 1v2.
Didn't have a lot left in the clip either, so a headshot to seal the deal. Overkill, but happy with the end result there. Carson saving him out of that direction. And like you said, just a little hesitancy in that availability to pick up the bomb was a huge surprise. I thought for sure that would be, you know, the ease of access for winning that round, but a little bit of fear being shown from Aether in that situation. It cost them dearly. Getting that bomb, getting out, and coming out the victors with that extra headshot is a cherry on top. Now we get a 5-7 little force by action from Dins. He goes aggressive with the investment, and he's rewarded with an opening duel.
So many times, Carson's been reliable. Dins, though, I don't think statistically has had a crazy series, but his impact has actually been incredible. Unfortunately, that's not gonna, convert into much of anything this round. It is an eco, to be fair, but I think a good moment of a series where stats maybe not tell the whole story.
This full buy coming through, but it does include Dins on that because of the aggression on the buy. MP9 in this situation. Molly allows for Dia to scale past it. CT Molly's brutal here, but what's even worse is Vanity being able to target an opening duel and make it a double. Still kicking, goes for one more. That's so much info gathered here for the IGL of getting info. Mission accomplished, it seems, here as Carson hears the rotates, but certainly should fall victim to MJB. As he goes down, though. Do they brute force the way into B here?
Seems like the plan. There. Get Darty onto the bomb plant. Promet's taking this space, but Dia's right there. DK is certainly good for it. Oh, what a spray transfer out of Atomic. He's got them both, and now Marky's asked to clutch up. Smoke up in his face, but he's going to move forward and into a perfect position for MJB to clear him. That smoke is designed for that move that Marky made, and that's why MJB's so prepared.
Great presence of mind, even better firepower coming through from Atomic. Being able to transfer directly on the trade potential. And a big victory. That's a 5v3 as well. I mean, talk about excellent recovery. Sure, Vanity was probably just a dead man walking after he gets the double entry, but, either way, 4v3. Still managed to fight their way through, and Aether have to be showing that resilience if they want to carry forward a message here on Ancient. Look at this. We talked about the lack of hyper-aggression from Aether. Definitely was prevalent in that last half. Well, we're going to see it early from getting info. Fast B or A play into the site with minimal resistance to be met. And 5v5 post plant. We'll see what sort of map control now getting info can gather off the back of that.
Oh, massive from Darty. Holds the line, maintains that tempo control that can be so critical.
Ooh.
Promise will get back in there, and that's going to tee up some further moves from Darty, who gets his one. A lot of damage done onto Carson, but he still stands, and around the smoke, he can work some magic before MJB, again, the final man to put the nail in the coffin, getting info in that round. Him and Atomic as a duo, these last couple of rounds, in the latter stages have been so impactful.
Surprising. Yeah, I mean, definitely a excellent recovery effort coming through these retakes, looking well coordinated. But you're still looking at this getting info team saying, hey, how's your cohesion pretty early on in the iteration of this roster? How are players coming back, shaking off the rust? It's obviously been a long time since I've seen Marky compete consistently. He had that short stint on Fluffy Aimers, but really not a lot of consistent competition. There he gets caught completely blindsided. Thinking there was coverage, but offers up a good trade. And this is again gonna open up sightline here towards A. They're gonna have to do another retake.
And a retake that now they should be in prime position with the weapon advantage and some utility. They've already lost their donut player. That's a big problem. MJP gonna move on in. Carson's low up on the boost, and he too falls. It's a lot of work to be done, and now Marky, who grab that control. He's alone. And 1v2 that just misses the mark. Tech9 comes out. Dins holds, but Dins is holding in the wrong moment because Marky can grab that back. 4 kills for Marky from Donut. And a 1v2 to get the double digits.
I mean, that's exactly the sort of step up right there. After getting blindsided from this very position last round, and that same position comes up clutch with that rifle. And that clutch factor is going to be key here, especially when it means it just breaks the back, forces double eco territory for Aether now. They go for the big investment there, go all in, and they get rewarded here with the AK to pick up. You're going to get chased down though. Marky ignores all the presence of Cave and goes for the killing blow on towards middle. Soulgoat now in hot waters. He gets traded out as well, so this force by getting punished big time.
Yeah, and it's a killing blow in more than one way. Because Aether, because of this force buy, their money's shot in the next round. Dins doesn't even get that one. Marky, he's on a tear, man. That's a 7 kill, a couple of rounds for him as well. And now what do? Do you save here? I mean, that's the quote-unquote right call, in my mind, is the save. But it does feel bad to give up 12. It's what Aether are going to do.
Yeah, towards middle, full stack towards middle. This round be sidelined pretty quickly. As you said, mostly playing for, well, playing against, I should say, map and series point. Atomic can't get his one there. Nice damage done, but no kills converted. Getting info coast to the finish line. Now, again, they pass it. And I don't see why they couldn't at this point.
I think we're seeing more of traditionally like what Aether are made of on this map, but getting info, just have that next gear. They can shift into quite easily. Carson, not a fight that he's very favorable to win. He will pick up his, and Dia's gonna come in as the third man to find an equalizer. They just have body after body. Doesn't matter what Aether do right there. Getting info, have more.
Yeah, you get one player pops right back up. And there's no real safety in this round. Smart move, though. Quick motion towards A main for MJB. Gets him some information. Calling A clear for now. But this is such a weird situation now for Vanity and the rest of the troops. He is wide open. Conceded by Aether. But the double up in towards Cave could create some chaos here. Nice angle being held by Dins. Aware of this possibility. Stepping through, though. And there's multiple members ready to punish here. Soulgoat.
There's no way they expect a second.
Now they know. He reveals. Soulgoat going for some hopeful spam, but has to reload. And in that reload, stays alive! Gets a team kill. Dia puts down Darty. And a breakdown in the cohesion costs them the round. Soulgoat creates enough chaos.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, bro, Darty is swinging into death there, real though.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is true. But he's going for the kill while he's reloading, and then Dia is waiting for Soulgoat to peek back into it. So it's just a calamity.
No one's
of
wrong
errors there. You know what I mean?
No one's wrong here.
Well,
but
in the replay, it looked more like Darty did just run into his crosshair, actually.
Yeah. Listen,
But hey, Darty can do no wrong in my heart.
Yeah. You know, you don't watch F1, do you?
No.
No, that's tough. Well, in F1, you assign blame. Whose fault's the incident? I think that was more on Darty.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's just a racing
insurance. They got insurance. at F1.
I gotta imagine they do.
It's gotta be a missed smoke intended for Temple, or rather Donut, imagine, but maybe not, because they're actually taking control of Donut. Maybe this is a design play here, scaling out towards that A side. Great Molotov. Ooh, wee. That's a decision right there, a desperate one, as Aether run right into the jaws. The belly of the beast here is getting info, looking to gobble him up. It's Carson to close out, and getting info to finish the job right there. Be able to seal the deal on Ancient in a surprising fashion there.
Yeah, you gotta ask the questions about that decision to make that maneuver. After such a good play as well, the double up in K was so fun, so good for Aether on the last round too. That gives them the round victory. It's not the game though, and it's 13-2, 13-8. I would say a relatively easy series out of getting info. I think that second map though, showing what Aether are made of. I think for Aether, that is. This is a game that, you know, by no means unwinnable, but is up against like the upper echelon of what I think that they as a team probably are able to handle at this point in time. So I think that getting info, we saw some of the best out of them on Mirage, but we also saw that they can bleed a little bit on Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that was to be expected. As you said, you know, you're dealing with a situation where I know this team and Aether is comfortable on this map. You're talking about a team that has a pretty experienced IGL who's super comfortable on this map. So I think when it comes down to it, you had a lot of clutch factor in the mix in that first half. Those multiple 1v1s back-to-back from MJB. And for the most part, I would say Aether forced some respect on their name in terms of punishing that aggression, making sure that they weren't walking away with rounds too easily. But that second half really did dictate the tone of the series overall, and that was pretty dominant, pretty one-sided in favor of getting info, and for the most part just punishing any sort of mistakes, punishing with the firepower. And yeah, I mean, this is a great first look. This is what I wanted to see out of getting info, is that they're willing to put in the work, they're willing to put in the hours, and you know, with the sort of setup with the protocols on Mirage already, you know, it feels like this team has a decent structure already flowing. Now I want to see what they can build on it. Obviously, I want to see them challenged by some tougher competition later down the line, but expectations are pretty decent so far.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that, and I think that this is why it's kind of perfect to be playing in CCT. This is the perfect like stage. This Swiss that is to kind of cut your teeth. And get some of those rolling on through. With all of that being said, here's how the standings look as we get some confirmation on where we're heading into, which is the final couple of games of this round one of Swiss. We get some further confirmation, getting info, moving alongside the Regain guys as well tonight. I think that as we look forward, we got four teams remaining who got their opening game. And some fun teams. New look on Revel that I haven't gotten to see. That's not the one. We are not doing Fnatic.
Vitality Fnatic 8 times.
That would be painful for Fnatic fans. So painful for me.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, in this matchup, only really pain being felt by Aether. Again, like you said, this is a chance to kind of build and grow. For getting info, I'm interested in when they make it to playoffs, because they should be a playoff team. How they do up against tougher competition, but you know, set the tone early, be able to bring some wins in here. That's what a leader like Vanity needs to do for this new look roster. That being said, though, guys, I want to thank you so much for tuning in. We had a pretty exciting day of Counter-Strike there, a couple of very fun series. So on behalf of Vincent, alongside me, myself, Exner, and the hardworking production team up late tonight, we wish you all a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Terrorists.